Hello there, my night dreamers. Tonight, we travel to a small town in Virginia where the autumn leaves fall over secrets older than the streets themselves, where love is not simple and darkness is not safe, and the boundaries between the living and the dead are thinner than anyone would like to believe. A story of two brothers, centuries of grief between them, and the girl who stood at the center of everything they had been destroying since the 1500s. The entire Vampire Diaries timeline, from the very beginning to the very end. So, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let Fell's Church take you somewhere you won't want to leave. Fell's Church. Virginia had a particular quality in the early days of September, or a quality that had nothing to do with the weather and everything to do with the way old places hold old feelings in their bones. The town was small enough that everyone knew the shape of everyone else's life, and beautiful enough, with its colonial architecture and its ancient cemetery, and its tree-lined streets going amber at the edges, that the smallness felt like coziness rather than confinement. The streets were narrow and tree-canopied. The houses were old enough to have stories embedded in their foundations. And the church at the center of the town, the original Fell's Church, long since deconsecrated, its stones dark with age, stood as a reminder that this place had been here long before any of its current residents and would persist long after. At least, that was how it felt to most people. I, Elena Gilbert, had always experienced it slightly differently. To her, Fell's Church was a stage, purpose-built, awaiting whatever she decided to do next. Eleanor was 17 years old, and she was the kind of girl that other girls studied without quite admitting they were studying her. Not because she was unkind, though she could be when it served her, and not because she was stupid, though she occasionally allowed people to think so when intelligence was inconvenient. She was watched because she was the center of things, and she knew it, and she had always known it. And she wore that knowledge the way other girls wore jewelry. Not ostentatiously, but always, never quite without it. Her hair was the particular pale gold of winter sunlight, straight and fine and falling past her shoulders, and her eyes were the blue of deep water rather than shallow water, the kind of blue that suggested depth rather than simply color. She moved through Robert E. Lee High School with the unhurried confidence of someone who had never once arrived somewhere and wondered whether she was welcome, because the question had genuinely never occurred to her. She was welcome everywhere she chose to be. That was simply how things were. Her parents had died on Wickery Bridge when Eleanor was very young. A car accident in the dark, the bridge's old railing giving way, the water below cold and fast and indifferent. The specific details lived in a locked room inside Elena that she did not often visit, though the room was always there, always present in the floor plan of who she was, its door visible from every other room even when she was not looking directly at it. She lived with her Aunt Judith, a gentle and slightly overwhelmed woman who loved Eleanor genuinely and understood her imperfectly, and who kept the house running and the meals on the table, and who worried about Eleanor in a quiet, constant way that Eleanor was aware of and occasionally found suffocating, and mostly found comforting. And she lived with her little sister Margaret, 4 years old, round-faced and serious in the way that very young children sometimes are, possessed of the particular clarity that exists before the world teaches you to edit what you see. Margaret called Elena Lena and followed her around the house with a devotion that Eleanor found both inconvenient and quietly essential. The house on Maple Street was a good house. The life was a good life. Eleanor had arranged it that way with the careful, unconscious efficiency of someone who understood early that the world responds to how you present yourself within it, and who had decided very young to present herself as someone for whom things went well. She had spent the summer in France. This was not unusual for someone of Elena's social position in Fell's Church. Summers abroad, language programs, cultural exchanges that were more about being seen to be cultured than about actual culture. Photographs in front of monuments and evenings in outdoor cafes that would translate well into the kind of stories that impress people in September. But Eleanor had not gone to France for the photographs or the stories. She had gone looking for something she could not name, some feeling of aliveness or significance or forward motion that her comfortable, curated Fell's Church existence had quietly stopped providing sometime in the spring. She had walked through Paris and sat in the Tuileries and stood in front of paintings that had made other people weep and felt looking at them. A polite appreciation that fell considerably short of transformation. She had met people, French students and American tourists, and the children of her host family, and she had been charming to all of them and genuinely interested in none of them. She had come home in late August without finding what she was looking for, which had left her with a restlessness she was not accustomed to managing, sitting just below the surface of her composure like something shifting beneath still water. Her two best friends were waiting for her, as they always were. Bonnie McCullough was small and auburn-haired and descended from a long line of Scottish women who had, according to family legend, had possessed the second sight in varying degrees across multiple generations. Bonnie herself had what she called a sixth sense, though she described it in the same casual tone she might use for an amusing hobby. She could hold an object and sense things about its history, impressions and emotions that had soaked into the material over years of handling. She could occasionally know things before they happened, not precisely, not in ways that produced useful specific information, but in the way of a compass that shows you the direction without telling you the distance. She could sometimes feel the presence of the dead in old places, a sense of occupation that persisted after the occupant was gone. She treated this ability as mildly interesting rather than significant, describing her predictions with a theatrical flair that kept everyone, including herself, from taking them too seriously. Because taking them seriously would have meant acknowledging that the world was larger and stranger than Fell's Church, Virginia was supposed to contain, and Bonnie was not yet ready for that acknowledgement. Her face was small and pointed, faintly fey in certain lights, and her personality moved between warmth and silliness with the frequency of someone who had made a deliberate choice to keep things light, because she understood instinctively that the alternative was heavier than she was currently equipped to carry. Meredith Sulis was entirely different from both of them in ways that went considerably beyond the surface. She was tall and elegant and dark-haired, olive-skinned, with a stillness about her that made her seem older than 17. Not burdened exactly, but considered, as though she had thought carefully about how to occupy space in the world, and had arrived at a method she was confident in. She watched situations develop before she responded to them, which meant that when she did respond, what she said tended to be accurate in ways that other people's immediate reactions were not. She kept her own counsel on matters that other people spoke about freely. She had a way of listening that felt like genuine attention, rather than waiting for her turn to speak, which was rarer than it should have been. She had always known more about the world than she admitted, the full shape of what she knew and why she knew it, and what it had cost her family to accumulate that knowledge. None of that would emerge for a long time yet. What she offered Elena and Bonnie, in the immediate and practical sense, was a steady anchor, the assurance that at least one person in any room was thinking clearly and without sentiment. The first day of school arrived on a Tuesday in early September, warm and golden in the specific way that Virginia's September mornings are golden before the heat of the afternoon arrives. Eleanor walked into Robert E. Lee High School with Bonnie on one side and Meredith on the other, wearing something simple that she had chosen with considerable care, and the year arranged itself around her as years always had. People looked, people smiled, people shifted slightly to create space for her to move through, the unconscious choreography of social recognition, and Eleanor accepted it with the easy grace of someone who had never known anything different. "You look exactly the same," Bonnie announced, studying her as they walked. "You go to France for 3 months and you come back looking exactly the same. That seems wrong somehow." "What did you expect?" Elena asked. "I don't know. More French. More je ne sais quoi. Something." Bonnie gestured vaguely. "You look like you never left." "I feel different," Elena said, which was true, and which she immediately regretted saying, because it was more honest than a Tuesday morning in the school hallway called for, and Bonnie's attention sharpened instantly at the sound of it. "Different how?" Meredith asked, in the particular tone that meant she had already noticed the difference and was simply waiting to see whether Elena would describe it accurately. "I'm not sure yet," Elena said, and closed the subject by turning her attention to the lockers, which did not require honesty and could not ask follow-up questions, and the social machinery of the school re-engaged around them with the smooth efficiency of something that had been running for years and required no recalibration. People found their orbits. Couples who had spent the summer in uncertain communication resolved into togetherness or separateness. Friendships that had been maintained over text messages rediscovered the texture of actual proximity. And Caroline Forbes, who had spent the summer doing something photogenic in North Carolina and had acquired a tan and 3 new dresses and a particular quality of competitive readiness that she wore like armor, offered Eleanor a smile in the hallway outside the gymnasium, that was warm on the surface and precisely calibrated underneath. The smile of someone who had been rehearsing a position rather than simply arriving at one. Elena returned it with equal expertise because she had known Caroline since the 4th grade, which in Fell's Church was the same as being family. Inescapable and complicated, and sustained as much by the momentum of shared history as by any present affection. It was before the first class that Eleanor heard about the new student. The information moved through the school the way information always moved through small schools, rapidly and imprecisely, gathering details at each exchange that may or may not have been accurate, but that persisted because they were interesting. Someone had seen him in the office first thing in the morning, filling out paperwork with the school secretary. Someone else had seen him in the parking lot, getting out of a car, and couldn't describe the car, but could describe him without any difficulty at all. And the version of the story that reached Elena via Bonnie, who had collected it from Jessica Forbes, who had heard it from Sue Carson, had been through enough iterations that she treated its details with appropriate skepticism. What persisted across every version, the details that survived because they were impossible to embellish since they were already remarkable, were these. He was beautiful in a way that stopped people. He was alone in a way that seemed habitual rather than temporary, and he had looked at no one. Eleanor absorbed this with the calm, assessing interest she brought to most social developments, filed it in the category of things worth knowing more about, and went to first period. She saw him for the first time in the late morning, crossing the courtyard between the main building and the gymnasium block, and moving through the dappled September light with his hands in his jacket pockets and his gaze directed somewhere that was not the immediate physical space around him. She stopped walking. He was not beautiful in the way that the word was usually applied to boys at Robert E. Lee High School. Not handsome in the easy, athletic sense that made things straightforward. Not appealing in the conventional ways she had learned to catalogue and assess. He was beautiful in the way that old things sometimes were beautiful. A painting or a piece of carved stone. Something made with extraordinary care at some point in the past and persisting forward through time essentially unchanged. He was pale in a way that did not read as unhealthy, but as simply how he was, as settled and deliberate as the colour of old marble. His hair was dark, falling slightly across his forehead in a way that seemed unplanned. His jacket was well made in a way that was slightly unusual, cut in proportions that were entirely correct but somehow not quite current, as though it had been chosen by someone who knew what good clothing was, but was not consulting this particular year's references. He moved through the courtyard with the quality of someone who was not performing ease, but who existed inside it, who had been at ease in spaces for long enough that it had stopped being a state and had become simply a condition of his presence. He did not look at Elena. This was so unusual, so outside the ordinary texture of Elena's experience moving through the world, that she stood still for 3 full seconds after he had passed, which was not something Elena Gilbert did. His name was Stefan Salvatore, and Bonnie delivered this information at lunch with the barely contained delight of someone bearing genuinely good news. He was a foreign exchange student, or something functionally similar. The precise arrangement was vague, the school's paperwork registering him as a transfer rather than a formal exchange, with a home address in Florence, Italy, and a current residence with the summer seas out on the eastern edge of town. He was a senior. He was, Bonnie added, almost certainly the most striking person ever to walk through the doors of Robert E. Lee High School. A statement she offered with the generosity of someone who was genuinely pleased that such a person existed, regardless of what it meant for her own prospects. "Are you interested?" Bonnie asked Elena, watching her. Elena had been thinking about the courtyard, about the specific quality of how he had moved through it, and about the fact that he had not looked at her, and about what both of those things might mean. "I don't know yet," she said, which was the most honest thing she had said all day. Bonnie looked at Meredith. Meredith looked at her food. "That means yes," Bonnie said. They were in the same history class, which Elena noted with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had learned to find significance in coincidence. She did not arrange her seat to be beside him. That would have been too obvious. But she arranged it close enough to observe, without the observation being the most notable thing happening. She watched him settle into his chair with the particular quality of stillness she had noticed in the courtyard. A stillness that was not the stillness of boredom or withdrawal, but of someone who was simply, completely present inside themselves without requiring the external world to fill them up. He opened his textbook to the correct page without looking at the table of contents, which was a small thing and probably meaningless, and which Elena noted anyway. When Mr. Tanner, who taught history with the aggressive enthusiasm of someone using the classroom as a theatre for his own frustrations, directed a question at Stefan with the sharpened tone he reserved for new students, a pedagogical hazing, a way of establishing that his classroom was not a soft landing. Stefan answered. He answered with a precision and a contextual depth and a lack of hesitation that made Tanner blink once. I'd say correct, and redirect his attention to someone more rewarding to unsettle. The answer Stefan had given was not from the textbook. It was from somewhere else. Some familiarity with the period that went beyond what any student could have absorbed from assigned reading. Elena found herself wanting very much to know how he knew that. She made her approach after class, in the hallway, with the composed directness she brought to things she had decided to do. "I don't think we've been properly introduced," she said, matching his pace. "I'm Elena Gilbert." He looked at her. It was the first time she had been the direct object of his full attention, and it was a stranger experience than she had anticipated. His eyes were green, a particular green, complex and shifting, and a shade she did not have a precise name for, and which seemed to change slightly in the different light of the hallway. He looked at her with the careful, measured quality of someone examining something they were not certain of. And underneath the carefulness, there was something else, something she caught only at the edge before it was composed away. It looked, in that half second before he controlled it, remarkably like recognition. "Stefan Salvatore," he said. His voice was low and carried an accent she could not quite place. European, without being specifically Italian in the way she would have expected. "I know who you are." "Good," Elena said, keeping her voice light. "Then we're not starting from zero. Are you finding your way around all right? It's a small school, but it has its own logic." "I'm managing well enough," he said, and the tone was not unfriendly. It was polite, even warm in a careful, measured way. But it was closed in the way that some doors are closed, technically accessible, but not inviting entry. "Thank you for asking, Elena." He said her name with a precision that suggested he had been thinking about how to say it, which was either nothing or was something significant, and before she could determine which, he had turned down the adjacent corridor with a purposefulness that left no room for her to follow, without the following being its own statement. Elena stood in the hallway for a moment, which was unusual. He walked away, Bonnie reported later, not having witnessed it, but having received the information through channels with the careful diplomatic tone of someone delivering news they find privately hilarious. "He actually just walked away from you. He was polite about it," Elena said. "He said thank you." "Elena." Bonnie's voice was full of affectionate wonder. "He said thank you and left. I noticed. What are you going to do?" Elena looked out the window at the September afternoon, at the school grounds going golden in the late light, at the ordinary, familiar landscape of a world she had always moved through with complete confidence. "I'm going to figure out what it is about him," she said. "That's what I'm going to do." She went to the cemetery that afternoon, as she sometimes did when she needed to think without interruption. The old cemetery was through the iron gate off Parish Road, the headstones dating back to the 1700s in the oldest section, at the ground uneven and the trees large and old enough to create a canopy that filtered the afternoon light into something dim and amber and thick with the particular quality of very old places. Elena found it peaceful. She had been coming here since childhood, sitting on the old stone bench near the center, while other children avoided the cemetery as a matter of general principle. And she had always thought of it as one of the few places in Fell's Church that was genuinely quiet in the way she needed quiet. Not silent, but free of other people's noise. She felt watched. It was not the social awareness she carried everywhere, the ordinary background hum of knowing she was visible in the world. This was different, directional, specific, with the quality of actual eyes rather than general observation. She sat very still on the stone bench and listened to the cemetery and heard the ordinary things. Wind in the large old oaks, a bird somewhere overhead, the distant sound of traffic from Parish Road. Nothing specific, nothing she could identify, but the feeling persisted, settled in the space between her shoulder blades like a hand not quite touching her, and she sat with it for longer than she intended before finally rising and walking back toward the gate. By the time she reached Parish Road, the feeling had eased, and she told herself it was the cemetery itself, the accumulated weight of so much history in one place, the effect that old grief has on people who are already carrying their own. She almost believed this. What she could not set aside in the days that followed was the expression she had seen in Stefan Salvatore's eyes in that fraction of a second before he composed himself in the hallway. Recognition. Not the ordinary recognition of someone who has heard your name around a small school. Something older and more specific than that. The look of someone seeing a face they know in a place they had not expected to find it, with a pain underneath the recognition that suggested the face they were seeing belonged to a memory they carried rather than a present they had chosen. She did not know what it meant, but she understood, with the instinct she had always trusted more than she trusted other people's opinions, that it meant something. That Stefan Salvatore had looked at her and seen not only her, and that whatever else he had seen was the key to the quality of careful distance he maintained, the deliberate, exhausting discipline of someone keeping themselves away from something they were afraid of wanting. She wrote in her diary that night, "Something is different about this year. I went to France looking for it, and I came home, and it was already here. I don't know what it is yet, but I can feel it, the way you feel weather before it arrives. A change in pressure, something in the air that wasn't there before. I think it has something to do with Stefan Salvatore. I think it has something to do with the cemetery and the feeling of being watched, and the way he looked at me like he already knew me, and like knowing me was something he was trying very hard not to do." She closed the diary and sat in the dark of her room with the window open and the September air coming in, smelling of turning leaves and old wood and something else, and something underneath the ordinary autumn smells of Fell's Church that she could not identify and would not have known how to name. Something that had always been there in this town at the edge of summer's end, patient and very old, waiting with the particular confidence of things that have been waiting for a very long time and have learned that waiting is simply what time is made of. Eleanor Gilbert had come home from France without finding what she was looking for. She understood now, sitting in the dark with the diary closed and the old town breathing quietly outside her window, that she had been right to come back. Whatever she had been looking for, whatever that feeling of aliveness and significance and forward motion was that she had searched for in Paris and failed to find, it was here. It had been here the whole time, and it was only just beginning. Florence in 1532 was a city that understood beauty the way other cities understood commerce. As the primary language of power, the currency through which influence moved and reputations were built, and the distance between one man and another was measured and made visible. The Medici had shaped it into something that functioned as much as a statement as a place. A city that said, in the grammar of its architecture and its art and its carefully maintained public spectacle, that civilization was possible, and that civilization looked like this. The streets were alive with it, with the particular energy of a place that knows itself to be at the center of something important, that has internalized its own significance until the significance feels like air, present and invisible and essential. The Salvatore family lived on the edge of this world rather than at its heart. Giuseppe Salvatore was a man of property and standing, a nobleman of sufficient rank to move in the better circles of Florentine society, to attend the right gatherings and maintain the right associations, and ensure that the Salvatore name carried the specific weight that names like his were expected to carry. He was a serious man, a man for whom duty and honor were not abstractions, but the actual architecture of a life well constructed, and he had raised his sons to understand that their behavior was not merely personal, but representative, that what they did reflected on something larger than themselves. His elder son, Damon, had understood this lesson and had decided, with the particular intelligence of someone who has genuinely absorbed a rule, and that the rule was not for him. Damon Salvatore at 20 years old was everything his father had produced and everything his father had not intended. Beautiful in the aggressive, consuming way of someone who has been told their beauty is exceptional and has chosen to treat this as an invitation rather than a fact. He was charming in rooms and dangerous outside them, quick with laughter and quicker with the particular cruelty that very intelligent people can deploy when they have decided that someone is not worth their full consideration. He loved his brother with a fierceness that he would have died rather than articulate, and he competed with his brother with a constancy that occasionally looked from the outside like hatred, though it was never hatred. It was something more complicated than hatred, something that had hatred's intensity without hatred's indifference. Stefan was 18, the younger by 2 years, and different from Damon in ways that went beyond age. Where Damon moved through the world as though he owned it, Stefan moved through it as though he was still deciding what his relationship to it should be. He was quieter, more interior, given to long periods of reading and to conversations that went deeper than the social surface required. He was not soft. There was a seriousness to him, a capacity for feeling that ran deeper than most people's, and depth of feeling in a world like 1532. Florence was not softness, but its own kind of strength, though it was a strength that cost more than Damon's variety. He idealized things: honor, love, the possibility of a life that meant something beyond its own continuation. Damon found this alternately touching and exasperating. Stefan found Damon's cynicism alternately sophisticated and heartbreaking. They were, in the way of brothers who were genuinely different from each other, exactly what the other one needed and exactly what the other one could not stand. Catherine von Schwarzschild arrived in Florence in the spring. She came with a small retinue, a manservant, a woman who functioned as a companion and whose role was slightly ambiguous, a quantity of luggage that suggested a long journey from somewhere far away. She was presented to Florentine society as a young German noblewoman, traveling, the ward of a distant family connection, in need of the hospitality that people of rank extended to people of equivalent rank as a matter of social obligation. Giuseppe Salvatore offered his household as her residence, as the forms required, and Catherine von Schwarzschild became, for that spring and into the summer, a presence in the Salvatore house. She was extraordinary in her appearance in a way that stopped conversations. Pale beyond the ordinary pallor of Northern European women, with hair the particular golden color that seems less like a natural shade than like light itself given temporary form, and eyes that were a violet blue so unusual that people tended to look at them twice before looking away. She was gentle in her manner, soft-spoken, with a warmth that seemed genuine because it was genuine. Catherine was not performing kindness. She was actually kind, and actually interested in the people around her, actually possessed of a sweetness that existed alongside her supernatural nature rather than in conflict with it. This was ultimately her tragedy. She was genuinely good in a way that her circumstances did not allow her to be safe. Both brothers fell for her. This was perhaps inevitable, given what she was and what they were, and the proximity the Salvatore household created. But it was not simply her nature working on them. She was not merely compelling them with the unconscious power of what she was. Damon fell for her because she was the first person he had encountered who could match him, who was not diminished by his attention, but who received it with a serenity that suggested she was not overwhelmed by much. Stefan fell for her because she saw him with a clarity that felt, to someone accustomed to being somewhat obscured by his brother's more immediate presence, like being fully visible for the first time. She allowed both of them to believe they were her chosen one. This is the fact about Catherine that is essential to understand, and essential to understand correctly, because it is easy to read it as manipulation, and it was not manipulation, or not primarily. Catherine was lonely in ways that went very deep, and that she had no language to express, because the loneliness was connected to what she was, and what she was had no ordinary social form. She was frightened, underneath the serenity, frightened of what she needed, and what she was capable of, and what her existence required. When both brothers showed her genuine love, she could not choose between them, because choosing meant losing one of the only people in the world who made her feel less alone in the specific way she was alone. She loved them both. She told them both what they needed to hear. She was not calculating. She was simply unable to bear the cost of honesty. She fed from both of them in secret. This was not violence. Catherine fed with care, taking small amounts, sealing the wounds, leaving no memory of the act in the person she fed from. It was intimacy as much as necessity, and it introduced her blood into their systems in small quantities over weeks and months, which was not the same as transforming them, but was the beginning of a process that could become transformation if the circumstances required it. She may not have intended this consciously. She may have been drawn to them enough that the feeding became habitual before she fully registered what the accumulation of it meant. When Damon discovered that Stefan had also been meeting Catherine in private, that the declarations she had made to Damon were the same declarations she had made to his brother, that he was not her singular choice, but one half of an impossible equation. His response was not grief, or not only grief. It was the particular fury of someone whose pride has been wounded at exactly the point where the pride was covering something more vulnerable. He went to Stefan. The confrontation between them was not quiet. She told me, Damon said, in the controlled tone of someone managing rage by giving it very precise boundaries. The things she said to me, she said them to you. Stefan stood very still. He had known, or suspected, and had not known how to address it, which Damon read as complicity, and Stefan understood as paralysis. I didn't know how to tell you, Stefan said. You didn't know, Damon repeated, and the repetition was its own kind of anger, slow and cold. Or you didn't want to, because telling me would have meant one of us stepping back, and you didn't want to step back any more than I did. Stefan had no answer for this, because it was true. She chose neither of us, Damon said, or she chose both of us, which is the same thing. They went to Catherine together, not with the intention of confronting her exactly, but with the intention of forcing a clarity that none of the three of them had been willing to create. What they found was Catherine already frightened, already aware that the situation had become something she could not manage with gentleness alone, already moving toward a decision she'd been avoiding. She told them what she was. The conversation was not the dramatic revelation it might have been in other circumstances, or perhaps it was, and they were simply too destabilized by everything preceding it to register the drama. She was a vampire. She had been alive for longer than either of them could easily comprehend. She had come to Florence because she needed a safe place, because Klaus, an ancient vampire of enormous power, whom she did not describe in any detail but whose influence over her was evident in the way she spoke around his name rather than directly at it, had released her for a time, and she had wanted to exist somewhere that felt ordinary and human and safe. She had not intended to love anyone. She had not intended to complicate their lives. She was genuinely sorry, in the way of someone whose sorry has nowhere adequate to land. "Then leave," Damon said. "If you're sorry, leave." "I can't leave either of you," Catherine said. "That's the truth of it, Damon. I can't." "Then choose," Stefan said quietly, and his voice was gentle in the way of someone who understands that what they are asking for is impossible and is asking anyway. She did not choose. Instead, she offered them something else, something that came from the particular logic of a frightened and loving creature who had run out of ordinary options. She would give them enough of her blood that if they died, they would complete the transformation. They would become what she was. They could exist together, all three of them, and outside of time and mortality and the human jealousies that had made this situation impossible. If they were all vampires, she reasoned, the conflict would dissolve. There would be no losing. There would be only continuation, the three of them, indefinitely. She genuinely believed this would work. That is perhaps the most heartbreaking thing about Catherine. She was capable of a catastrophic innocence, an inability to trace the consequences of her own solutions forward to where they led. Giuseppe Salvatore discovered what Catherine was before any resolution could be reached. He was a man of his time, which meant he understood vampires as creatures of evil, as things that preyed on the human world and that were destroyed when found, not negotiated with or accommodated. He moved swiftly, as men who believe they're doing necessary things tend to move. Catherine was destroyed, or believed to be destroyed, the fire and the violence of it leaving no clear accounting. And in the chaos of the confrontation, both brothers were mortally wounded, whether by their father's hand directly, or by the armed men he brought, or by the struggle that erupted when the truth of what Catherine had given them began to make itself known in their bodies. The precise sequence of events was something neither of them would ever fully reconstruct. What was clear was the ending. Both brothers died. Both of them had enough of Catherine's blood in their systems. Both of them woke. The transition was not gentle. It was not the quiet reformation of a sleeping body. It was violent and disorienting and terrifying. The world arriving with a new intensity that had no adequate frame of reference, every sense suddenly capable of registering things it had never registered before. The hunger arriving alongside consciousness, like a second self that had been there all along, waiting only for this threshold to make itself known. They woke in the ruins of what had been their home and their world and their human lives, and they looked at each other across the particular silence of two people who have arrived at the same catastrophic destination by slightly different routes. Catherine was gone. Their father was gone. Their human lives were over. They were bound to each other in the only way that remained available to them, which was the binding of shared origin and shared loss, and a hatred that had love at its center and could not, therefore, and ever be fully resolved. Damon's response to the ruin of everything was to walk into it completely. If this was what he was, then he would be it without apology or restraint. He fed on humans with an abandon that was partly genuine hunger and partly a deliberate philosophical position. The world had shown him what it was, and he was returning the honesty. He developed his powers with the focused intensity he brought to everything he decided was worth his attention. becoming within decades what it took other vampires centuries to become. He constructed around himself an aesthetic of beautiful nihilism, the posture of someone who has decided that since everything can be taken, nothing should be clung to, and who has made this devastating conclusion look, from the outside, like freedom. He did not grieve Catherine, or rather, he grieved her so completely and so privately that what was visible to the world looked like indifference, which suited him, because indifference was easier to maintain than grief, and considerably easier to weaponize. Stefan's response was the opposite, and the opposition was not accidental. He was devastated by Catherine's death, by what he had become, by the specific violence of the transition, and by the knowledge of what his existence now required. He made a decision in those first terrible weeks that would define the next 5 centuries of his life. He would not take human blood. He would starve himself of the full expression of what he was, feeding only on animals and on the weakest, most diluted substitutes available, maintaining himself at a level of power and sensation that was diminished compared to what he could have been. He understood this as penance, though penance for what exactly he could not have fully articulated. For surviving, perhaps, or for loving Catherine in a way that had contributed to the situation that destroyed her, or for being what he was through no decision of his own. The penance did not require a precise object. It only required continuation. He moved through the following centuries in a sustained, quiet guilt, never remaining in one place long enough to form the kind of attachments that would eventually require explaining why he did not age. He watched history move around him. The decline of the Renaissance, the upheavals of the following centuries, the world remaking itself over and over in ways that were sometimes beautiful and sometimes not, with the detached attention of someone who is present but not participating, a permanent observer in a world of actors. And then something drew him to a small town in Virginia, Fells Church, autumn of 1991. He had seen a photograph, or a face through a window, or some glimpse of something that reached through 5 centuries of careful distance and pulled at him with a force he did not have adequate defenses against. A girl with pale gold hair and blue eyes that were the color of deep water. A face he recognized. A face he had last seen in Florence in 1532, in the chaos of an ending. He did not understand what it meant. He came to Fells Church to understand it, and he found, when he arrived, that understanding it was less urgent than he had anticipated, and considerably more dangerous, because the girl was not Catherine, was nothing like Catherine in any way that mattered. And that difference was somehow worse than sameness would have been, because it meant that what he was beginning to feel was not the echo of an old love, but something entirely new, and entirely new was something he had stopped allowing himself 5 centuries ago. Damon found him within weeks of his arrival. This was not coincidence, and was not exactly pursuit. It was the particular gravity that existed between them, the way they had never, in 5 centuries, managed to be fully apart. Where Stefan settled, Damon eventually appeared. Where Damon hunted, Stefan eventually heard about it. They were bound by something that had no adequate name, something that functioned like hatred and like love, and like neither of those things with any precision. Damon came to Fells Church because Stefan was there, and because wherever Stefan was, And there was the possibility of the thing Damon actually wanted, which was not Stefan's destruction, but Stefan's acknowledgement of what they both were. He arrived in the Virginia autumn, like something the season had produced naturally, beautiful and cold, and entirely comfortable with darkness. Whatever Fell's Church had been before, quiet, ordinary, a small town with old roots and a comfortable certainty about the boundaries of its own world, it was something different now. Two brothers, 5 centuries of ruin between them, and somewhere in the amber September light, a girl with a diary and a restlessness she could not name, moving through her ordinary world without knowing that the world was no longer ordinary, and that it had stopped being ordinary the moment she came home from France and walked into the same autumn that had just received something ancient and patient and entirely without mercy. The stage was set. The story was already moving. It had been moving, in fact, since 1532, and Fell's Church was simply where it had chosen, finally, to arrive. The second week of September settled over Fell Church with the particular beauty that Virginia autumns produced in their early stages, before the cold arrived in earnest. Warm afternoons and cool mornings, and the trees beginning their slow conversion from green to gold along the edges. The light taking on that amber quality that made everything look slightly more significant than it was, or perhaps exactly as significant as it was, and simply more honest about it. The days had a fullness to them, a sensory richness that was almost excessive. The world offering itself with the generosity of something that understands it is about to change and wants to be appreciated before the change arrives. Eleanor moved through this beauty with the distracted awareness of someone who is nominally present in their surroundings, but whose actual attention is elsewhere, caught on something she cannot quite release and is not entirely sure she wants to. Stefan Salvatore was not making himself easy to know. This was, in Elena's experience, unusual enough to function as his own form of attraction. She had grown up in a world that arranged itself around her attention, that responded to her interest with reciprocal interest, and that understood the social grammar of Fell's Church well enough to know that Elena Gilbert's notice was something to be welcomed rather than deflected. Boys at Robert E. Lee High School did not deflect Elena Gilbert. They leaned toward her. They found reasons to be in rooms she was already in. They manufactured coincidences with the transparent enthusiasm of people who have not yet learned to be subtle about wanting something. This was not vanity on her part. It was simply the accurate observation of a consistent pattern across several years of social experience, and Eleanor had always trusted consistent patterns. Stefan deflected with a consistency and a politeness that somehow made the deflection worse than rudeness would have been, because rudeness she could have addressed directly. I could have pushed back against and forced into a conversation. Politeness left her nothing to push against. He was warm when she spoke to him. Genuinely warm. Not the performed warmth of someone tolerating an interaction they would rather not be having, but the warmth of someone who was actually glad of her presence and was simultaneously committed to not acting on that gladness. The combination was maddening in ways she could not entirely articulate. It was like being handed something and having it taken back before you could close your hand around it, over and over, with apologies each time. She thought about him more than she thought about most things. This was new territory, and she was honest enough with herself, in the private space of her diary and her long thinking evenings, to recognize that the unfamiliarity of it was part of what drew her forward, rather than part of what gave her pause. He spoke to her in history class when the class required it, and sometimes slightly beyond what the class required. Brief exchanges that felt like windows opened and then closed before the air could fully change. He answered her questions with a genuine attention that suggested he was not indifferent to her. He was patient with other people's questions in class in the way of someone for whom patience was a long practice skill rather than a natural disposition. He knew the material with the authority of someone for whom the history being discussed was not academic but personal. And more than once, Elena had watched him begin a sentence about a specific historical period with a specificity that exceeded what any assigned reading could have produced, and then stop himself, edit, redirect into something more general. He did this with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing it for a very long time. She noticed. She filed it. She did not yet have the right category for it. Bonnie noticed other things entirely, because Bonnie's attention had always moved along different channels, less social, more atmospheric, responsive to texture and impression and the quality of feelings rather than their content. She sat next to Eleanor at lunch on a Thursday in the second week of school and said, without preamble and without particular drama, there's something strange about this year. You say that every year, Meredith observed from across the table, not looking up from the book she was reading, which was 2 grades above what was currently being assigned in any of their classes. I say it when I feel it, Bonnie said, with the mild dignity of someone accustomed to having their perceptions gently dismissed. And this year, I feel it more than I have felt it before. Something is different. Something is here that wasn't here at the end of last year, and it wasn't here over the summer, and it arrived around the same time school started. She paused, pushing food around her plate. Something is watching. Eleanor looked at her steadily. Watching what? Bonnie met her eyes with a slightly unfocused quality she sometimes got, and the quality that suggested she was reporting something received rather than concluded, something arriving through a channel that bypassed the ordinary processing of thought. I don't know exactly, just watching, orienting, like something that arrived recently and is still in the stage of deciding what it wants. She picked up her fork, put it down again. I picked up Stefan Salvatore's pen in history last Tuesday. He dropped it, and I picked it up to give back to him. And for just a second before I handed it over, I felt... What? Elena asked, her voice quieter than she intended. Old, Bonnie said simply. Very old, and very alone. And something underneath both of those things that I don't have a word for. Something like grief, but grief that has been going on for so long that it has stopped feeling like grief and started feeling like weather. She looked at her food. Then he said thank you, and I gave it back and it was gone. Just an impression. Probably nothing. Meredith had closed her book. This was notable. Meredith closed her book for things that warranted it and did not close it for things that did not, and her judgment about which was generally reliable. Have you touched anything else? She asked Bonnie. Any other objects that gave you impressions related to this? Not deliberately, Bonnie said. I haven't gone looking for it. You know I don't like going looking for it. I know, Meredith said. in a tone that meant she understood this and found it reasonable, and was nevertheless filing the information carefully. Elena sat with what Bonnie had said for the rest of the afternoon, turning it over in the particular way she had of examining things she could not yet categorize, looking at them from different angles until one of the angles produced something that made sense of the others. The attacks began that same week, though nobody called them attacks in the first days because the initial incidents were easy enough to explain away, if explanation was what you were looking for. A dog was found in the park behind the elementary school on a Wednesday morning, drained of blood, the wound at his throat small and precise and clean, in a way that was inconsistent with predator behavior. In every way, the parks department worker who found it had the knowledge to recognize, which was not quite enough knowledge to make him say so officially, and the department attributed it to a coyote, because coyotes were known to be in the area, and because the alternative attributions were not things the parks department form had a box for. The town accepted this explanation because the town was good at accepting the available explanation when the available explanation was more comfortable than the visible evidence strictly warranted. 2 nights later, a cat belonging to the Halpin family on Magnolia Street, found in the back garden at dawn. Then a rabbit near the old cemetery fence, which people found easier to dismiss. Then 2 more dogs within 3 days, and the geography of the incidents was beginning to draw a pattern that the coyote explanation could not adequately account for. And because coyotes did not confine their activity to a radius of 6 blocks centered on the old residential streets of the northern part of town, and coyotes did not leave wounds that looked like that, Stefan knew what the pattern meant from the first incident. He had known with the particular cold recognition of someone seeing a signature they have spent centuries learning to identify. The precision of the wound at the throat, the complete absence of blood anywhere in the surrounding area, which meant the draining had happened exactly where the animal lay. No struggle, no displacement, no evidence of the kind of resistance that living things produce when they are frightened and fighting. Something that could feed that completely and that cleanly and leave a scene that undisturbed was not a coyote and was not any other natural predator in the Virginia woodland catalogue. Stefan knew exactly one category of thing that fed like that. He knew it from the inside. Damon was in Fell's church. He could feel it before he could confirm it through any external evidence. The way you feel a change in atmospheric pressure in your body before the instruments register it. There was a psychic awareness between them, a remnant of their shared origin and their shared transformation that 5 centuries of active avoidance had not managed to dissolve. Something that persisted at the level of fundamental constitution, below the reach of will or decision. Damon was here. He had arrived within the past week. It had settled into the town's edges the way Damon always settled into things, with the ease of someone for whom arrival is simply another form of claiming. And he was feeding with the deliberate conspicuousness of someone who wants to be heard. The pattern of the kills was a message. Stefan understood this with a clarity that made him simultaneously furious and exhausted. Furious because Damon knew exactly what he was doing, and was doing it with characteristic enjoyment. Exhausted because the dynamic it represented was 5 centuries old and had never once resolved into anything simpler than what it had always been. The kills were positioned, timed, arranged to be found in the sequence they were found. Damon was saying, "I am here. I know you are here. I am not hiding. I am never hiding from you. Come and find me." Herr Stefan had been careful since his arrival in Fell's church, feeding only on animals and only in small quantities from multiple sources, leaving nothing that read as a pattern, maintaining the careful, minimal existence he had perfected across decades of practice. He was weaker than he should have been. He was always weaker than he should have been, which was partly the consequence of his diet, and partly, if he was honest with himself, something he had chosen, a condition he maintained because the weakness was its own form of penance, a daily reminder of what he was and what he was choosing not to be. His eyes, in the early mornings when he had not fed recently enough, shifted from their natural green towards something cooler and more muted, the color of things that have been drained of their full saturation. He had always managed across centuries of managing, and he had arrived in Fell's church intending to continue managing in the way he always had. Damon's arrival made management considerably more difficult. Elena noticed the change in Stefan before she could name it. He had always been contained, but the containment that settled into him in the days following the first animal discoveries was different in quality from the containment she had been learning to read. Tighter, more active, the quality of someone managing something acute rather than maintaining something habitual. He was distracted in history in a way he had not been before, his attention going internal at moments that had no apparent external trigger, his responses when she spoke to him carrying a fractional delay that was new, and as though he was dividing his awareness between her and something she could not perceive. She watched this for 3 days before she addressed it directly. "Is something wrong?" she asked him after class on a Friday, falling into step beside him in the hallway with the directness she had decided on during second period. He looked at her. "Why do you ask?" "'Cause something is," Elena said. "You're different this week. Not different in the ordinary way you're different. Something specific is on your mind, and it's taking up space that wasn't occupied before." He was quiet for a moment with that particular quality of his, the stillness of someone choosing between possible responses. "There are things I'm dealing with," he said. "Nothing that concerns you." "You don't know that," Elena said. "You don't know me well enough yet to determine what concerns me." The word "yet" moved through his expression, the way wind moves through water, briefly visible and then gone. "You're right," he said. "I don't know you well enough. I'm sorry, Elena. I'm not being intentionally difficult. There are things I can't explain." "Can't or won't?" she asked. He looked at her for a moment with something that was almost amusement, and was also something considerably more complicated than amusement. "Both," he said quietly. "Honestly, both." And he turned down the adjacent corridor, and she watched him go. And she stood in the hallway for a moment with the specific frustration of someone who has been given an honest answer that tells them nothing useful. The founding families of Fell's church had deep roots in the town soil, and deeper in some cases than the official histories recorded or the current generations fully understood. The Fells, the Smallwoods, the Pickets, the Ramsey line. They had been here from the beginning, and the beginning had been complicated by things that polite local history preferred to frame as colourful folklore, The kind of stories that got told at Founders' Day celebrations with a certain theatrical relish that kept everyone comfortable by keeping the stories in the register of entertainment rather than fact. The church at the center of the old cemetery was older than the town itself, its stones dark with centuries of Virginia weather, and the cemetery around it was older than the church, which raised questions about who had considered this ground significant before the colonial settlers arrived and why, are questions that the official record did not pursue. Tyler Smallwood was large and socially aggressive, in the particular way of someone who had resolved discomfort through physical dominance for long enough that the habit had become indistinguishable from personality. He held a position in the school's social hierarchy that was based on physical presence and a family name that carried local weight, and he exercised this position with the casual entitlement of someone who had never seriously considered that it might not be permanent. He had disliked Stefan from the moment Stefan arrived, which Eleanor had noticed because Tyler's dislikes were usually social and calculated, responses to perceived threats to his position, while his dislike of Stefan was different. Immediate, physical, instinctive in the way that certain animal reactions are instinctive, the body deciding before the mind has been consulted. He looked at Stefan the way dogs looked at things they could not categorize, with a fixed, uneasy attention that was more unnerved than hostile, though it expressed itself as hostility because hostility was the register Tyler Smallwood had available for things that unsettled him. Stefan, for his part, barely appeared to notice, which was itself interesting, Elena thought, because Stefan noticed everything. She had become certain of this, watching him over weeks, observing the way his attention moved through rooms, the way he tracked things at the edges of his apparent focus. His disregard of Tyler's hostility was not inattention, it was a decision. The evening she met Damon was a Sunday in late September, and the light going long and amber over the old cemetery stones, the air carrying the first real suggestion of the colder season underneath its surface warmth. Eleanor had come to think, as she did when she needed space, that the town's ordinary geography did not provide. She sat on the stone bench near the oldest section, where the markers were worn smooth by time and weather, the names on them reduced to suggestions of names, and she let the accumulated strangeness of the preceding weeks settle around her like the afternoon light and tried to find the shape of it. She felt him before she saw him, in the way she had felt watched on her first visit to the cemetery, but more specific now, more directional. A presence at the edge of the intersection, near the old oak that had been growing there long enough that its roots had lifted several of the older stones out of true. She turned her head, and he was there, leaning against the oak with his arms loose at his sides, and his dark eyes on her with the comfortable attention of someone who has been watching for a while and has not felt any need to conceal it. He was beautiful in the fundamental way that Stefan was beautiful. The same bone structure, the same quality of features that suggested they had come from the same origin. And in every other way, he was Stefan's precise opposite, where Stefan's beauty was contained and slightly pained, the beauty of someone carrying something heavy with great care. Damon's beauty was open and easy and entirely at home in itself, worn the way a predator wears its own nature, and without apology and without effort. "You're Stefan's brother," Elena said. She had not known she knew this until the words were out, but once she said it, she felt the certainty of it settle into place. "Damon," he said, and smiled at her as though she had said something that pleased him. His voice was different from Stefan's, smoother, more deliberately pleasing, the voice of someone who had spent a very long time learning precisely how much pleasure a voice could carry and how to deploy that knowledge. "And you're Elena Gilbert." He said her name with an ease of ownership that was different from Stefan's carefulness, different from the precision with which Stefan seemed to choose each word. Darman said her name as though he had already decided it was something he was comfortable with, which was both pleasing and faintly alarming. "I've been curious about you." "Why?" Elena asked. He pushed off from the oak and walked toward her with the fluid ease of someone for whom physical movement is simply intention made visible, no gap between deciding and doing. He stopped a few feet away and looked at her with those dark eyes that had Stefan's depth, but a different quality of attention. Not layered, the way Stefan's were layered, but concentrated, a single intensity brought to a single point. "Because my brother is careful about everything," he said, "and he has been considerably less careful than usual since arriving in this particular town. That makes the town interesting. And then I find you sitting in an old cemetery on a Sunday afternoon, looking like you're trying to solve a problem that most people in the Fells Church don't know exists yet." He tilted his head slightly. "That makes you interesting." "And when things are interesting to you?" Elena asked. "What do you do?" "I pay attention," Damon said, simply and without apparent irony. "To begin with." He studied her for a moment with a focused quality that she was beginning to think was simply how he looked at things he had not yet decided the nature of. "You're not afraid of me?" "Should I be?" Elena asked, holding his gaze. The slight shift in his expression was so brief, she almost missed it. Surprise, genuinely unexpected, covered quickly by something more controlled. "Most people are," he said, jogged with the tone of someone reporting a fact they find mildly amusing. "It usually arrives within the first few seconds of meeting me. You're past that point, and it hasn't arrived." "Maybe it's still coming," Elena said. "Maybe," Damon agreed, and he sounded as though he genuinely considered this possible. "You look like someone I knew a long time ago," he said then, and his voice had changed register, the lightness in it giving way to something quieter and less performed. "The resemblance is remarkable." "Catherine," Elena said. She did not know how she knew the name. It arrived with the certainty of something surfacing from very deep water, propelled by some association she could not trace consciously. She saw it land in Damon's expression like a stone in still water, the ripples of it moving through him before he could prevent them. "Yes," he said, after a pause that was barely a pause. "Catherine." He looked at her with something she could not fully read, something that had grief in it, and something older than grief, and something that was neither of those things, but existed in the same territory. "Has Stefan told you about her?" "No," Elena said. "I don't know anything about her. I just knew the name." Damon was quiet for a moment, looking at her with that concentrated attention. "Interesting," he said, very quietly, more to himself than to her. Then he seemed to come back from wherever he had briefly gone, and the ease returned to his posture, the lightness back in his voice. "You should be careful in the evenings," he said. "Fells Church is less safe than it has recently been." "Are you the reason for that?" Elena asked directly. He smiled, and the smile was real, brief and genuine and unguarded in a way that nothing else about his presentation had been. "Ask Stefan," he said. "He'll tell you I'm the reason for everything." He looked at her for one more moment with those dark eyes. "It was a genuine pleasure, Elena Gilbert. I expect we'll be seeing a great deal of each other." And then he was gone, moving out through the cemetery with a speed that her eyes could not quite follow, present and then absent, leaving the afternoon exactly as it had been and entirely different from how it had been. Eleanor sat for a long moment in the silence he left behind. The amber light was deepening toward evening, and the old stones threw long shadows across the grass. And somewhere in the trees, a bird was making the small sound that birds make at the end of the day. The settling sound. And beneath all of it, Fells Church was quiet in the way. It was always quiet, which was the quiet of a place that has been holding its breath for a very long time. She picked up her bag and walked home through the last of the afternoon light, and she thought about Stefan's green eyes and Damon's dark ones, and the name Catherine that had arrived in her mouth from nowhere, and Bonnie's word, old, very old, and the animal deaths and the pattern they made. And she thought about what Damon had said about Stefan being less careful than usual. And she thought about what it meant that two beings who moved the way those brothers moved, who felt the way they felt when you were near them, who knew what they knew with the authority they knew it, were both in Fells Church, Virginia, in September, watching her. She was afraid. This was a new kind of fear, not social, not the manageable anxiety of things going wrong in ways she understood how to address, but something older and more physical, the fear of the body that has registered a world larger than the mind has yet accepted. She was afraid, and she was not going to stop, and both of those things were equally and simultaneously true. Fells Church was beautiful in the dying September light, its old streets and old trees and old stones warm and golden and ordinary. And underneath its beauty, something had arrived that was none of those things, that was not ordinary and not warm, and had been old when the oldest stone in that cemetery was new. Eleanor walked home through it, and the darkness gathered behind her, patient and watchful and very, very hungry. October arrived in Fells Church the way it always arrived, and with a decisiveness that September never quite managed. The warmth gone overnight, the trees committing fully to their colors, the mornings carrying a cold that was no longer a suggestion, but a statement. The town settled into its autumn self, which was its truest self, the version of Fells Church that matched its bones, the old cemetery more visible through the thinning leaves, the colonial houses looking more like what they were, structures built by people who understood that the world contained things that required solid walls and locked doors, the light going low and golden and brief. Elena had been thinking about Stefan Salvatore for 6 weeks, and the thinking had not simplified anything. What had changed across those 6 weeks was the quality of her interest. It had begun as the wounded pride of someone unaccustomed to being deflected, the competitive instinct of a girl who had never encountered a door that stayed closed to her. That was still present. Elena was honest enough with herself to acknowledge it, but it had been joined by something else, something that had arrived quietly and without announcement, and had made itself at home in her before she noticed it was there. She was genuinely curious about him, not about the mystery of his deflection, not about the social puzzle of why he would not simply respond to her the way everyone else responded to her, but about him specifically, about what lived inside all that careful containment, like about what a person who carried centuries of sadness in their eyes without knowing, she could see it was actually made of when you reached the part that was not performance. She had been watching him with the specific attention she reserved for things she was serious about understanding, and what she had gathered across 6 weeks of watching was this: Stefan Salvatore was the most genuinely lonely person she had ever encountered, and he had been lonely for so long that he had stopped recognizing it as a condition and had started experiencing it as simply the texture of existence, as ordinary as weather. She found she could not leave that alone. It was not in her nature to leave things alone that seemed to her to require addressing. The cemetery was where it changed. She had taken to going there in the late afternoons, partly for the thinking space it provided, and partly, she admitted to herself without much resistance, because Stefan sometimes walked through the old section in the evenings, the part where the oldest stones were, moving among them with the quality of someone visiting rather than passing through. She had seen him there twice before without approaching, watching from the bench near the center as he moved through the oldest markers with his hands in his jacket pockets and his face carrying the particular expression she associated with him at his most unguarded. Not sad exactly, but old. The expression of someone for whom the age of a place is not impressive, but simply familiar. On the third occasion, she did not stay on the bench. She walked toward him across the uneven ground. Annie heard her coming before she was close enough to have made a sound that ordinary hearing should have registered, turning to face her with the preparedness of someone who is never quite surprised, which was itself a thing she had begun to notice and file without yet knowing what to do with the filing. "You come here often," Elena said, which was not what she had planned to say, but which arrived first. "So do you," Stefan said, and there was something in his tone that suggested he had known this for longer than she had known it about him. They stood among the old stones in the October afternoon and looked at each other, and Elena made a decision she had been building toward for weeks without fully acknowledging the building. "I want you to stop," she said. He looked at her carefully. "Stop what?" "Being careful," she said. "Up with me specifically. I understand that you're careful as a general practice. I've watched you be careful with everyone for 6 weeks, and I think you have reasons for it that I don't yet understand, and that you're not ready to explain. But I want you to stop doing it with me, or to start trying to. I want to know you actually are underneath the carefulness. I think it would be worth knowing." The silence that followed was the particular silence of someone deciding whether to step through a door they have been standing at for a long time. "Why?" Stefan asked, and his voice was quieter than usual, stripped of the light social coating it usually carried in their interactions. "Because I've been looking at you for 6 weeks, and everything I see suggests that whoever you actually are is someone considerably more interesting than the performance," Elena said. "And because I think you're tired. I think you've been careful for a very long time, and I think you're tired of it. And I think you don't quite know how to stop." Something moved through his expression, something she had not seen there before. Not the controlled grief she had become accustomed to reading in him, but something raw, something that had been behind the grief, waiting for an opportunity to be visible. "You're very perceptive," he said. And it was not deflection. It was simply true. And he was saying it the way he said true things, directly and without ornament. "I have good instincts," Elena said. "I've always had good instincts, and my instincts about you have been telling me from the beginning that you're worth knowing. So I'd like to know you, Stefan, if you'll let me." He looked at her for a long moment in the October light, and she could see him weighing things she could not see, measuring risks she did not yet have the information to understand. And then, slowly, something in him shifted. Not a collapse of the careful walls, but a deliberate opening in them. A door made rather than broken. "All right," he said quietly. "I'll try." What followed across the next 2 weeks was the most unusual courtship Elena Gilbert had ever participated in, which was partly because it was not a courtship in any sense she had previously encountered, and partly because nothing about Stefan corresponded to any category she had previously developed for people. He talked to her in the cemetery in the afternoons, and between classes, and occasionally in history, when Mr. Tanner's attention was elsewhere. And what he talked about was not what boys usually talk to her about. He talked about books, not the books currently being assigned in their English class, but books he had read at various points in his life, books from periods of history that he referenced with the intimacy of someone who had been reading them when they were newly published, though of course she did not understand that yet. He talked about art and music with the specificity of first-hand experience, describing paintings in the Uffizi in Florence with the detail of someone who had stood in front of them many times, though he framed these descriptions carefully as things he had studied, things he had researched. She caught him, and twice, beginning a sentence with "when I was in Florence," and redirecting it mid-phrase to "when I was reading about Florence," and both times she noted the correction without commenting on it, filing it with everything else she was accumulating. He was beginning to see her, she realized. Not Catherine, or not only Catherine. She could feel the difference in how he looked at her now compared to those first weeks, when the recognition in his eyes had been for something she was not. Now when he looked at her, he was seeing her, specifically Elena, and the looking had the quality of someone discovering that what they thought was an echo was actually a voice. She asked him about it directly on a Thursday evening, standing at the edge of the cemetery near the old iron gate, the light almost entirely gone and the first stars appearing over the tree line. "You used to look at me like you were seeing someone else," she said. "You don't do that as much now." He was quiet for a moment. "I told you there were things I couldn't explain." "You did," Elena said. "I'm not asking for the full explanation. I'm just noting the change. You see me now. I want to make sure you know that I noticed the difference." "I see you," Stefan said, and the simplicity of it, the directness, was so unlike his usual careful construction that it landed differently than a more elaborate statement would have. "I see you very clearly, Elena. That is, if anything, more complicated than the alternative." "Why?" she asked. He looked at her with those green eyes that had been changing, she had noticed, across the weeks of their growing closeness. Warmer, less muted, and closer to the full depth of color she suspected was their natural state when he was not depleted and guarded. "Because seeing you clearly means understanding how much I care about what happens to you," he said. "And that has consequences I haven't fully worked through." Bonnie's powers were becoming harder to treat as a parlor trick. She had another episode in early October, in the middle of a group study session at Elena's house. An episode that was different from her previous impressions in its intensity and its duration. She went still in the middle of a sentence, her eyes losing focus in a way that was not the unfocusing of distraction, but of something else entirely. Something that had a directed quality to it, as though she was looking at something that existed in the room but that no one else could see. And when she came back, she was pale and her hands were shaking slightly, and she looked at Elena with an expression that was past the point of treating what she had just experienced as interesting. "There's something in this town," Bonnie said. "Something that has been here before and has come back. Something that is not one thing but two things. And the two things are connected, and they are very old, and one of them is much darker than the other." She stopped. "I saw a cemetery. Not our cemetery. An older one, much older, in a place that wasn't here. And I saw two men standing in it, who were the same and were completely different, and the ground under them was full of..." She stopped again. "I don't know what it was full of. Something that had been buried for a long time and wasn't entirely staying buried." Meredith had her notebook out, which she kept for exactly this kind of occasion, and was writing without looking up. Elena was looking at Bonnie very steadily. "Stefan," Elena said. Not a question. Bonnie looked at her. "Yes, and someone else. Someone connected to him. Someone who I think is already here." "His brother," Elena said. "His name is Damon. I met him in the cemetery 3 weeks ago." The silence that followed this was the silence of Meredith's pen stopping. "You met him," Meredith said, looking up from the notebook. "In the cemetery 3 weeks ago. And you're telling us now?" "I was processing," Elena said. "Eleanor," Meredith said, in the specific tone she reserved for moments when Eleanor's confidence had outpaced her caution by a margin that warranted naming. "I know," Elena said. "I know. He didn't hurt me. He warned me to be careful in the evenings and he left." She paused. "He said I looked like someone he used to know." The room was quiet for a moment, with the specific quality of three people understanding simultaneously that the strangeness they had been living alongside had a shape larger than any of them had been fully acknowledging. Stefan found Elena in the cemetery the following evening. She had gone there deliberately because she had decided that the conversation she needed to have with him could not happen in the school hallway or in the careful social spaces where they usually met, and the cemetery was the one place in Fell's church where the ordinary social performance fell away from both of them. She told him she had met Damon. She watched the response move through him. Not surprise, because she had the impression Stefan was rarely genuinely surprised, but something that was closer to a controlled dread. The response of someone hearing confirmed what they had already feared. "He approached you," Stefan said, and his voice was very quiet. "He was in the cemetery when I came. He said his name and he told me I looked like someone he knew." She paused. "He said her name was Catherine." The name landed in Stefan the way it always did. She was beginning to understand. Like a stone in deep water, the disturbance of it going down rather than out, something that moved through him internally while his surface remained composed. "Yes," he said. "Who was she?" Eleanor asked. Stefan was quiet for a long moment, standing among the old stones in the October evening. And Eleanor waited with the patience she had been developing specifically for him. The patience of someone who has learned that rushing this particular person produces nothing useful. She was someone I knew a very long time ago, he said finally. Someone both Damon and I knew. Someone whose death, he stopped. Someone who changed everything, for both of us. I look like her, Elena said. Yes, and that's why you came to Fell's church. It was not a question, because she already knew the answer, had known it in some form for weeks. He looked at her with the directness he had been learning to offer her, the directness she had asked for on that afternoon when she told him to stop being careful. I came because I saw your photograph, he said. A school photograph. It doesn't matter how I came across it. I saw it and I had to understand. You looked so much like her. I don't know what I thought. I came to see for myself. And when you got here? Elena asked. When I got here, Stefan said, I found that you were nothing like her. And I found that this was more difficult, not less. Elena stood with this for a moment, with the full weight of it, the complexity of being loved initially for a resemblance, and then, gradually, for herself, and the question of whether those two things could be cleanly separated. She decided, standing in the October cemetery with the first frost coming into the air and Stefan's green eyes on her with their complicated honesty, that she would not pretend the question had a simple answer and would not pretend it did not matter. I need you to see me, she said. Not Catherine, not the resemblance. Me. I need that to be true, Stefan. Not something you're working toward. I need it to already be true. It is true, Stefan said, and his voice had the quality she had come to trust above his other registers, the quiet, stripped quality of something he was not constructing. It has been true for weeks. You are not Catherine. You are not like Catherine in any way that matters. Catherine was gentle and frightened and unable to bear difficult truths. You walk directly into difficult truths. You are... He stopped, and she could see him choosing from among the things he was thinking, the one he was willing to say. You are entirely yourself, he said finally. I have never met anyone more entirely themselves than you. Eleanor looked at him in the fading October light, at this impossible, ancient, be careful person who was trying very hard to be honest with her, and she felt the thing she had been feeling build across 6 weeks of careful observation reach the point where it was no longer deniable or manageable or something she could continue to examine from a safe analytical distance. I'm going to need you to tell me the truth, she said. Not today, not all at once, but eventually, the real truth, whatever it is, about what you are and where you came from and why you know the things you know the way you know them. I'm going to need that. I know, Stefan said. And in the meantime, Elena said, I'd like you to stop treating our time together as something you have to justify to yourself. I'd like you to just be here, with me, without the ongoing internal argument about whether you should be. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, very softly, I'll try. That's enough, Elena said. For now, that's enough. They stood together in the October cemetery as the last light left the sky, and the town was quiet around them, and the cold came in off the hills with a clean smell of winter beginning. And for a little while, the strangeness of everything that was gathering around Fell's church receded to the edges, and there was only this. 2 people standing together in an old place, beginning to trust each other with the things that mattered. It would not stay this simple. Both of them knew that, in their separate ways, for their separate reasons, but simplicity, when it arrived, was worth inhabiting for as long as it lasted. November came to Fell's church like a door closing. The warmth that October had maintained in its better moments was gone entirely. The trees stripped of their color and standing bare against skies that had settled into the permanent gray of the Virginia late autumn. The kind of gray that was not dramatic but simply relentless. The sky having made a decision and committed to it. The days were short. The evenings arrived early and stayed long, and the town's old streets, which had looked romantic in September's amber light and genuinely beautiful in October's gold, now looked simply old. The age of everything more visible without the softening of color and warmth. Elena had never minded November. She had always found something honest about it, the way it stripped everything back to its actual structure, removed the decoration and left the bones. She was, at her core, and someone who preferred bones to decoration. She had cultivated decoration across her whole social life, had learned to use it with precision and effect, but she had never confused the decoration for the thing underneath. The thing underneath, in November of this particular year, was this. She was in love with Stefan Salvatore, and she knew it. And she knew that knowing it changed everything about the situation she was in. And she was not afraid of that. She was, however, increasingly aware that being in love with Stefan Salvatore was not a simple condition with a straightforward set of consequences. It was a condition that came attached to things she did not yet fully understand. Mysteries she'd been accumulating patiently for weeks without receiving the explanations she had been promised. A growing certainty that the world Stefan moved in was not the world she had grown up believing she lived in, and that the distance between those two worlds was larger and more consequential than she had initially calculated. Damon was making himself known. This was the development of November, the thing that changed the texture of everything else. He had been present in Fell's church since late September. That much was clear from the pattern of the animal deaths and from Elena's encounter with him in the cemetery, but he had maintained a kind of observational distance in the weeks following that encounter, a quality of watching from the perimeter that was almost, not quite, but almost respectful. This changed in November. He appeared in places she went, not in a way that announced itself as following, not with the crude conspicuousness of ordinary surveillance, but with the particular elegance of someone who knew exactly how close to the edge of noticeable they could operate without crossing it. She would turn a corner on Elm Street, and he would be there, leaning against the old stone wall outside the pharmacy, drinking coffee he did not actually need with the studied ease of someone performing human behavior they had observed many times. She would be leaving school, and he would be parked across the street in a black car that suited him perfectly, watching her walk to her own car with the open attention he never bothered to conceal, because concealing it would have implied he thought it required concealing, and Damon never acknowledged that his behavior was subject to ordinary social constraints. "You're following me," she told him, and on the third occasion, stopping on the sidewalk outside the school on a grey Tuesday afternoon and addressing him directly across the street with the certainty of someone who has decided that acknowledging the obvious is more useful than pretending not to see it. He looked pleased. Not pleased in the way of someone who has been caught and is managing embarrassment, but pleased in the way of someone who has been waiting for a specific response and has received it. He uncrossed his arms and crossed the street without looking for traffic, because traffic was not something Damon Salvatore concerned himself with in any real sense. Observing, he said. Following implies I'm trying to catch you. I'm not trying to catch you. I already know where you are. That's not reassuring, Elena said. It wasn't intended to be reassuring, Damon said. It was intended to be accurate. He fell into step beside her with the ease of someone who had been invited, which he had not been, and Eleanor did not tell him to stop, because she had already learned that telling Damon to stop things was a conversational position that produced interesting responses but not actual cessation. My brother is not telling you enough, he said, without preamble or transition. About what? Elena asked, keeping her voice even. About what he is, Damon said. About what we are. About what it means that you know us, or are beginning to know us. About the world you have been walking into, one afternoon cemetery visit at a time, without adequate information. He glanced at her sideways. Stefan believes that if he tells you the truth, it will frighten you away. He is making a very Stefan decision, which is to protect you from information in the name of protecting you, without considering that the information itself might be the protection. Eleanor stopped walking. And you're different, she said. You want me to have the information. I want many things, Damon said, stopping beside her with that fluid ease that she had stopped trying to find a natural explanation for. My motivations are not simple, and I won't pretend they are. But yes, among the things I want is for you to understand what you're dealing with. Because you are dealing with it, Elena, whether Stefan has fully explained it to you or not. The situation doesn't wait for the explanation. She looked at him steadily, at those dark eyes that had depth without the layers Stefan's had, a concentrated intensity that was both more immediately legible and somehow less knowable. Tell me, she said. Ask Stefan, Damon said, and smiled and walked away. And the smile was the particular smile of someone who has placed something exactly where they intended it and is looking forward to watching it work. Elena's diary in November was different from her diary in September and October. September had been the careful, precise record of someone documenting a social situation with her usual analytical clarity, tracking observations, noting patterns, processing the strangeness of Stefan through the framework of her ordinary understanding. October had been more personal, the record of her feeling developing, the diary becoming more interior and less clinical, as the feeling became too large to process with purely analytical tools. November's diary was something else. The writing of someone standing at the edge of a larger world, trying to describe the view without adequate vocabulary. She wrote, Stefan has told me that he has told me everything I need to know, and I have told Stefan that this is not the same as telling me the truth, and he has gone quiet in the particular way that means I am right, and he is not ready. Damon tells me I don't have enough information. Bonnie tells me she is having dreams she doesn't remember in the mornings, but that leave her with feelings she can't shake. And I am standing in the middle of all of this, in love with a person who is keeping the most important thing about himself from me, being circled by his brother who wants something from this situation that I haven't fully identified yet, and I am not afraid, which is probably the strangest thing of all. She was not afraid, but she was angry, and the anger, when she finally let herself feel it fully, was significant. She went to Stefan on a Friday evening to the old boarding house on the edge of town, where he rented a room from Mrs. Flowers, an elderly woman of considerable eccentricity, who appeared to notice very little of what happened in her own house, and possibly noticed considerably more. Stefan met her at the door with the expression of someone who had known she was coming and had been deciding how to be when she arrived. "Damon spoke to you," he said. "Damon speaks to me regularly," Elena said. "He's very present for someone you've described as dangerous. Come outside, Stefan. I want to talk to you properly." They walked the few blocks to the edge of the old cemetery, which had become, across the autumn, the place where their real conversations happened. The gate was cold under her hand, and the cemetery was dark except for the thin light of a cloud-covered moon, the old stones pale shapes in the dimness. "He told me you're not telling me enough," Elena said. "And I've been watching you not tell me enough for weeks, and I've been patient because I thought patience was what you needed from me, while you worked up to telling me whatever it is. But I'm done being patient, Stefan. I need the truth. I need it now, not because Damon told me to ask for it, but because I love you, and loving you without knowing what you are is becoming a thing I can't sustain." The word love moved through Stefan's expression with the force of something he had been hoping for and dreading simultaneously. He was quiet for a long moment, and she could see him reaching some internal threshold, some decision point that had been approaching across weeks of building trust and building feeling. "You already know," he said quietly. "I think you've known for a while. You've been collecting the evidence, and I've seen you collecting it. And I've been telling myself that the collection would stop, that you would reach a point of ambiguity that would let both of us continue without this conversation. But you don't stop, Elena. You don't do ambiguity." "No," Elena agreed. "I don't." He looked at her in the thin moonlight, at this girl who had walked into his carefully maintained distance and dismantled it piece by piece with nothing but persistence and the particular quality of her attention. "I'm a vampire," he said, simply, directly, the way she had asked him to say things, and Elena stood with this for a moment that was longer than a moment, not processing it as new information, because it was not entirely new, because her body had known it before her mind had caught up, and her mind had been catching up steadily since September, processing it instead as confirmed as real, as the thing that had been true all along, now openly and irrevocably acknowledged between them. "How long?" she asked. "Since 1532, Stefan said. "I was 18 years old in Florence. I was transformed against my will. Well, not exactly against my will. The circumstances were..." He stopped and started again. "The circumstances were complicated. I have been what I am for nearly 500 years. Elena looked at him. At his face, that was 18, and had been 18 for 5 centuries. At the green eyes that she now understood held the depth of 500 years behind them. At the person she loved, standing in an old Virginia cemetery in November, ancient and young simultaneously, carrying centuries of grief in the body of a boy. "Catherine," she said. "Yes," Stefan said. "Catherine. She made us, both of us, Damon and me." "And she's dead," Elena said. "Yes," Stefan said, and the word was a whole history compressed into a single syllable. The compulsion discovery happened 3 days later, and it happened because Damon decided it should happen, which was how most things involving Damon happened. Not through accident, but through the deliberate engineering of circumstances that produced outcomes he had decided were interesting or useful or both. He met her on Maple Street on a Monday morning, half falling into step beside her in the way he had developed of being suddenly present without having been there a moment before, and he looked at her with the focused attention he reserved for experiments. "Stand still," he said, in a tone that was not a request, but something else, something that carried a weight she could feel, a quality of directed force that was unlike ordinary words. Elena stood still, not because she chose to, but because the instruction had arrived with a compulsion behind it that bypassed her conscious will and spoke directly to her body. She stood still for 3 seconds, and then she felt it. The thing that was holding her, the force of it, and underneath the force the place where her own will was still present, still intact, still pushing against the compulsion with a quiet, a steady resistance that was not large but was real. She took a step forward. Damon went very still. It was the only time she had seen him go still without choosing to. The stillness of genuine surprise rather than performed ease. He looked at her with an expression that she had not seen on him before, something that was close to uncertainty. The expression of someone whose understanding of a situation has just been significantly revised. "That shouldn't have worked," he said quietly. "What did you do?" Elena asked, her voice steady despite the fact that her hands were not entirely steady. "I told you to stand still," Damon said, with compulsion, "the way I tell humans things and they do them. You did it, and then you didn't do it with..." He looked at her with that concentrated attention, but different now, recalibrated, pointing at something he was genuinely trying to understand. "You have a resistance," he said. "Not complete, not immunity, but something that pushes back." "Is that unusual?" Elena asked. "It's extraordinarily unusual," Damon said. And then, because he was Damon and could not encounter something extraordinary without immediately beginning to assess its value, it's also extraordinarily interesting. The incident with Tyler Smallwood and the diary happened in the 3rd week of November, and it was the moment when the situation between Damon and Stefan shifted from Cold War into something with more active edges. Tyler had been watching Eleanor for weeks with a specific resentment of someone who has decided, without clear evidence, that another person is responsible for a social diminishment they cannot precisely articulate. Or he had seen Elena with Stefan, had seen what was developing between them, had decided with the logic of wounded adolescent pride that he had been displaced somehow, that Elena's attention had gone somewhere it should not have gone at his expense. None of this was accurate. Eleanor had never given Tyler Smallwood any particular attention and had not taken any away from him. But Tyler's grievances operated on their own internal logic, and the logic had led him, on a November afternoon, to take Eleanor's diary from the outer pocket of her bag, where she had carelessly placed it between classes. Damon recovered it. This was the fact that made the incident significant. Eleanor had reported the diary's absence to no one except Bonnie and Meredith, had told Stefan only that she had lost something important, and had not described what because the diary's contents were the record of her inner life across the whole autumn, and she was not ready to explain to Stefan exactly how much of that record concerned him. but Damon appeared at her door on a Wednesday evening and held out the diary with the expression of someone delivering a slightly complicated gift. "Tyler Smallwood," he said simply. Eleanor took the diary and held it and felt the specific relief of having something returned that contained pieces of herself. "How did you?" she began. "Tyler thought better of keeping it," Damon said, with a pleasantness that suggested Tyler's change of heart had involved some form of persuasion that Elena probably did not want the specific details of. "The contents are private," he added. "I didn't read it." Elena looked at him steadily. "Did you?" Damon met her gaze with the even confidence of someone who knows the answer to a question is not as simple as the question itself. "I read the first page," he said. "To confirm it was yours, I stopped." A pause. "You write very honestly." "I always do," Elena said. "I know," Damon said. And then, before she could decide what to do with the strange, contained warmth in his voice when he said it, he was gone. Stefan found out about the diary incident through Meredith, who told him not to create a crisis, but because she believed, with characteristic precision, that he needed the information to understand the full shape of what was happening around Elena. Stefan's response to learning that Damon had retrieved Elena's diary, had been in close enough proximity to Tyler Smallwood to take it from him, and which meant Damon had been watching Tyler closely enough to know Tyler had taken it, was complex in the specific way that things involving Damon were always complex for Stefan. He went to find his brother. The confrontation happened at the edge of the old cemetery, because the cemetery was apparently where all the real conversations in Fell's church took place, and it had a quality that was different from their previous encounters, something raw, the careful cold war of the preceding months beginning to fray at its edges. "You're watching her," Stefan said. "I watch many things," Damon said, leaning against the old iron gate with his arms crossed, in the particular posture of someone who has positioned themselves at maximum advantage before the conversation began. "It's one of my better qualities." "She's not yours to watch," Stefan said. "She's not yours to own," Damon said, and his voice had the precision of someone who knows exactly which word will land where. "She's a person making her own choices, Stefan. She chose to meet me. She chose to push back against my compulsion, which she did, by the way, which means she is not what either of us thought she was. She chose to love you, which frankly requires more explaining than any of the rest of it." He paused. "I am not your enemy in this." "You are always my enemy in this," Stefan said quietly. "You have always made yourself my enemy in everything. It is the only constant between us." Damon looked at him for a moment with something that was not the usual studied ease, something that existed underneath the ease in a place he rarely allowed visible. "That's not true," he said, with a quietness that matched Stefan's. And then he pushed off from the gate and walked into the darkness of the old street, and Stefan stood at the cemetery entrance and watched him go, and the November wind moved through the bare trees above the old stones, and the town was cold and dark and full of things that had not yet been named. Eleanor sat in her room that night with the diary in her lap, not writing in it, simply holding it, thinking about compulsion that she had resisted without knowing she had the capacity to resist it, and a boy who was 500 years old and had come to Fell's church because she looked like someone he had lost, and that boy's brother who returned her diary and said she wrote very honestly and the knowledge that the world she was living in had dimensions that she had only begun to understand. She was in the middle of something ancient. She had known this since September, or known it the way you know things before you have the language for them. She knew it now with language, with specificity, with the clear-eyed recognition of someone who has always preferred the bones of things to their decoration. She was not going to leave. That was the only decision that mattered, and she had already made it, somewhere in the accumulation of all these October and November days, without ceremony or announcement. She was staying. Whatever this was, whatever it was going to become, she was in it. The November wind moved through Fell's Church, cold and certain, carrying the smell of the coming winter, and in the old cemetery the stones stood their patient watch, and in the dark, at the edge of everything, something that was neither Stefan nor Damon, and was older than both of them, turned its attention slowly toward the light. December arrived in Fell's Church, with the particular cold of a Virginia winter settling into its full authority, the kind of cold that was not dramatic but was absolute, that did not storm but simply persisted, working its way into the old houses and the old streets with the patience of something that had been doing this for a very long time and had no reason to hurry. The bare trees stood against skies that were the color of old pewter, and the ground was hard underfoot, and the cemetery looked more like itself than it did in any other season. Stark and honest and entirely without pretense, and the old stones standing in the cold with the indifference of things that have outlasted every winter they have encountered, and expect to outlast this one too. Elena knew what Stefan was. She'd known for 3 weeks, and the knowing had settled into her understanding of things the way true knowledge settles, not as a disruption, but as a reorientation, the world rearranging itself around a new fixed point. She had asked her questions across those 3 weeks, and Stefan had answered them with the careful honesty he had promised her, not all at once, not without difficulty, but genuinely. The animal feeding, the centuries of self-imposed starvation as penance, the particular weakness it produced, the way his eyes changed color with his hunger and his emotional state, the enhanced senses and the strength and the speed. He answered what she asked, and she could see the effort it cost him. Not the effort of someone managing deception, but the effort of someone who has been keeping their own secrets for so long that telling them feels like removing something structural, something that has been load-bearing. She told him she was not going anywhere. She told him this more than once across those 3 weeks, in different ways and different contexts, because she understood that he needed to hear it repeatedly before he would allow himself to fully believe it. This was something she had learned about Stefan Salvatore across the autumn. He did not trust good things to persist. He had been given good things before and had lost them, had had them taken, had watched them dissolve into the particular ash that 5 centuries of loss produces. And so he held the good things at a slight distance, close enough to feel them, but not close enough to fully rely on them. She was patient with this. She was determined to be something he could rely on. And determination was not a quality Eleanor Gilbert had ever been short of. What she was less patient with was the ongoing question of his weakness. He was too thin in the way that was not visible but was present. A depletion that she could feel when she was near him. A quality of his energy that had the particular flatness of something running below its necessary level. He fed on animals. She knew this. She understood the philosophical commitment behind it, and she respected it. But she could also see what the commitment was costing him. And especially now that Damon's presence in Fell's church had raised the ambient level of tension to something that required more from Stefan than the ordinary management of his nature. He needed to be stronger than he currently was. He was not allowing himself to be stronger. She thought about this for several days before she said anything, which was not her usual approach, but which she had decided this particular conversation required. "You need more than you're taking," she said, on an evening in early December, standing with him at the edge of the cemetery in the cold dark. "I can see it, Stefan. I've been watching you for 3 months, and I know what you look like when you're adequate and what you look like when you're not. And you haven't been adequate in weeks." He looked at her with the expression she had come to associate with his better moments, the expression of someone who has stopped pretending to someone who can see through the pretending. "I manage," he said. "You maintain," Elena said. "That's not the same as managing. Managing implies reserves. You have no reserves." She paused, and then she said the thing she'd been building toward. "I want you to feed from me." The silence that followed was the particular silence of something landing in a place that was not prepared for it. Stefan went very still, which was his most extreme form of reaction, the full cessation of the minimal human movements he usually maintained. "No," he said. "Stefan." "No," he said again, and his voice was quiet, but it had something underneath the quiet that she did not often hear in him, something that was past controlled, something close to fear. "You don't understand what you're offering." "I understand better than you think," Elena said. "I've been listening to you for 3 months. I know that feeding is intimate, that it creates a connection, that it's not simply a transaction. I'm not offering it as a transaction. I'm offering it because I trust you, and because you need it, and because I don't want to watch you deplete yourself out of principle when I can help. You could also die," Stefan said flatly, "if I lose control, if the hunger takes over before I can stop it. You could die, Elena, and the hunger would be the reason, and I would be the instrument. And that is not something I am willing to risk." "You won't lose control," Elena said. "You can't know that," Stefan said. "I know you," she said. "That's the same thing." He looked at her for a long moment in the cold dark, at this impossible girl who had decided, without adequate evidence by any ordinary standard, to trust him with her life, and who stated this trust not as a leap of faith, but as a simple observed conclusion, the way she stated everything she had decided was true. "If I hurt you," he began. "You won't," Elena said. "And if something goes wrong, I trust you to stop. That's all I'm asking, to try." She offered him her wrist, which she had chosen deliberately over her throat, because she understood instinctively that the throat was more dangerous, more compelling, more difficult to step back from, and she wanted to give him every advantage she could. She held her wrist out in the cold December air with the steadiness of someone who has made a decision and is not second-guessing it, and she looked at him while she did it, holding his gaze, giving him the certainty of her eyes. He took her wrist in both hands with a care that was almost unbearable to witness, the care of someone handling something precious and breakable, and she felt the cold of his hands against her skin, the particular cold that was his natural state, and that she had stopped noticing in the ordinary course of their closeness, but which she noticed now, in this context, as the most real and immediate thing in the world. He hesitated. She could feel the hesitation in the tension of his hands, in the quality of his stillness. And then he bent his head, and she felt the brief, sharp pain of it, cleaner than she had expected. And then something that was not pain at all, but something she did not have an adequate word for. A warmth that moved through her, a connection that was physical and something beyond physical simultaneously, an opening between them that was different from every other form of closeness they had found across the autumn. He stopped. He lifted his head and looked at her with eyes that were not the controlled green she was accustomed to, but something more vivid, more present, a color that had come up to its full intensity, and his face had a quality she had not seen before, a terrible vulnerability, a person stripped of every defensive layer simultaneously. Elena, he said, and her name in his voice had never sounded like that before, and had never carried that much weight. I know, she said softly. I felt it too. He pressed her wrist gently, and the wound closed in a way that was faster than it should have been. The particular healing she would later understand was one of the things his blood did when it was present in a situation, and he held her wrist between his hands for a moment without speaking, looking at what he had done with an expression that was not regret, but was the thing that lives adjacent to regret, the awareness of having crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed, even when crossing it was the right decision. The connection, Elena said after a moment. I felt it, between us. While you were... She stopped, finding her way through the vocabulary. Is that always there? Or is that something specific to us? It's specific, Stefan said. It's a bond. What we just created is a bond. Not permanent, not irrevocable at this stage, but real. I'll be able to feel your emotions in some measure. Know if you're in danger. Find you if I need to find you. And me, Elena asked. What do I feel from you? He looked slightly surprised, as though he had not considered this direction of the connection. You may feel things too, he said carefully. I don't fully know. The bond tends to be stronger from the vampire side, but you are... He paused. You are not straightforward in the ways that I had initially expected, so I'm not certain the usual parameters apply. Elena nodded slowly, absorbing this, adding it to everything else she was absorbing about the world she was now fully inhabiting. Good, she said simply. I would rather know where you are than not know. The wrongness in Fell's Church deepened across the second week of December in ways that went beyond the animal deaths, which had continued at irregular intervals through November and into the early winter. People were being found now in states of confusion and partial memory loss, sitting in strange places at strange hours, with no account of how they had arrived there, their necks showing the small, precise marks that Elena now knew to identify, and that the town's doctors were attributing to anything other than what they were. A sophomore at Robert E. Lee High, named Sue Carson, was found at the edge of the old cemetery at 2 in the morning by a neighbor who heard her calling out. Sue remembered nothing past leaving her house to walk the Carsons' dog at 9 the previous evening, and the dog was found 3 streets away, unharmed, confused. The town was beginning to feel it without being able to name it. The particular atmospheric shift of a community under a form of pressure it does not have the framework to identify which expressed itself as collective irritability, as an uptick in arguments and minor conflicts, as a quality of unease that people reported as simply feeling off, not sleeping well, not settling into the evenings with the ordinary comfort of people in their own homes. Bonnie was not sleeping well. She reported this to Elena and Meredith at lunch on a Thursday, with the specific exhaustion of someone who has been having the same dream repeatedly and waking from it just before the content becomes clear enough to be useful. "I keep almost knowing something," she said, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. "Every night I get to the edge of it, the edge of whatever it is I'm supposed to understand, and then I wake up and it's gone. All I have left is the feeling." "What feeling?" Meredith asked, notebook out with characteristic preparedness. "Like something is happening underground," Bonnie said. "Not literally, but like beneath the surface of everything. Like there's a layer of Fell's Church that we've never accessed, and something in that layer is becoming active." She looked at Elena. "Have you told Stefan about the incidents? The people being found?" "Yes," Elena said. "He knows. He says the pattern is different from Damon's feeding. Damon feeds from humans, but he doesn't. He doesn't leave them like that. The memory loss, the extended periods of incapacitation, that's not how Damon operates." "So there's something else," Meredith said. "There's something else," Elena confirmed. Stefan had reached the same conclusion through his own observation, and he was frightened in the specific way of someone who has centuries of supernatural experience and has encountered something that exceeds the categories that experience has produced. He told Elena this with the directness he had been practicing. On an evening when they sat together in the small sitting room of the boarding house, while Mrs. Flowers moved around distantly in other parts of the building and the December wind pressed against the old windows. "Damon and I are not the only supernatural presence in Fell's Church," he said. "I've been aware of this for several weeks. I believed at first that it was connected to Damon, that he had brought something with him or attracted something by his feeding. I no longer believe that. What is happening to the people who are being found, the Sue Carson incident, the others before it, that is something feeding on more than blood. It's feeding on essence, on something deeper and less replenishable than blood." "What does that mean?" Elena asked. "It means something very old is here," Stefan said. "Something that was possibly here before Damon or I arrived. Something that was drawn here or has been here for a long time, waiting for conditions that would allow it to become active. Fell's Church this place has a quality to it, an accumulation of old power in the ground and in the history, that certain things are drawn to the way water is drawn downhill." He paused. "I don't yet know what it is. I only know what it isn't, which is anything I have previously encountered." Elena sat with this, with the confirmation of what she had been sensing since the summer. The feeling in the cemetery, the quality of the town in the dark, the sense of something patient and ancient beneath the ordinary surface of things. "And Damon?" she asked. "Does he know?" "Damon knows," Stefan said, with the particular tone he used when discussing his brother's awareness of things, a tone that contained 5 centuries of complex testimony. "Damon knows everything that moves in a place he has decided to inhabit. Whether he considers it relevant to anything beyond his own interests is a separate question. The evening of December 14 was when it all came apart." Elena had been walking home from Meredith's house on the far side of town, later than she had intended, the evening having stretched past the point that was comfortable for solo walking in a town that had been producing the incidents it had been producing. She had told herself it was fine, had told herself the few blocks between Meredith Street and Maple Street were not enough distance to constitute a risk, had told herself that she was not going to rearrange her life around a fear she could not fully name. She was on Wickery Bridge when the cold changed. Not the environmental cold, which had been present all evening. The reliable December cold of the Virginia night. This was different, directional, specific. The cold of something nearby that was colder than the air. Colder than any living thing should be. The cold of whatever was the opposite of warmth at a fundamental level. She stopped in the middle of the bridge and felt it surround her, and knew, with the certainty she had learned to trust across the autumn, that whatever had been feeding on Fell's Church was here, now, present on this bridge, in a form she could not see clearly in the dark. She started to run. Her foot caught the edge of a loose board. The bridge was old. The town had been meaning to repair it for years. And she was falling, and the railing was not where she reached for it, and the dark water below was very close, and then she was in it, and the cold of the water was different from the cold of the thing on the bridge, but was also absolute, also complete, the kind of cold that does not negotiate. She fought. She had always been a strong swimmer, and she fought with everything she had. But the current below Wickery Bridge was not something strength alone could address, and the cold was working on her body in the way that cold works systematically, removing the options one by one. She felt herself tiring. She felt the current taking more than she could give back. She felt, underneath the fighting and the cold, something else. The bond, the connection Stefan had made 3 weeks ago, pulsing with a panic that was hers and travelling along the connection in the direction of him. Stefan came. He came with the speed that was his true speed, rather than the careful human register speed he maintained in ordinary circumstances, and he pulled her from the water with the strength that was his true strength, and he was on the bank with her in a time that was not explainable by ordinary physics. She was conscious, barely, gasping and shaking with the cold that had worked very deep into her, and he held her with a desperation that was new on him, a quality of relief that had terror underneath it, the relief of someone who came very close to not being in time. Elena, he said, and her name had the same quality it had had on the evening she fed him, the full weight of everything he felt concentrated into the 2 syllables of it. Elena, can you hear me? I hear you, she managed, through the shaking. He was assessing her with the rapid clinical attention of someone who has centuries of experience with physical damage, and what he was assessing was not good. The cold had worked too deep. The time in the water had been too long. She was alive, but her body was managing a damage that exceeded what warmth and time alone could repair in the window available. And he looked at her with an expression that she had not seen on him and did not have a framework for, an expression that contained a decision being made in real time, a terrible and necessary calculation. I'm going to give you something, he said. You need to trust me. I trust you, Elena said, which was not a decision she was making in that moment, but a fact she was reporting about a decision she had made weeks ago. He gave her his blood, not a feeding, not the intimacy, of what they had created 3 weeks prior, but an emergency measure pressed against her lips with an urgency that communicated everything words were not managing to convey in the available time. She took it because he asked her to, and because she trusted him, and because her body recognized it as something it needed in a way she could not have explained. And the cold began, very slowly, to recede. She did not know, lying on the bank of the river in December, with Stefan holding her and the old bridge dark above them, and Fell's church quiet and cold in all directions, that something had just changed that could not be unchanged. That the blood she had taken was the beginning of a process that her death would complete. That the evening she nearly drowned on Wickery Bridge was the evening that the rest of her story began to be written in a register she had not previously been able to access. She did not know any of this yet. She only knew the warmth returning, and Stefan's arms around her, and the sound of the river below the bridge where her parents had died, running on in the dark the way rivers do, indifferent and continuous and cold. Elena did not die that night on the bank of the river. She recovered, slowly, and with the particular difficulty of someone whose body has been asked to do something it was not designed to do, over the days following the Wickery Bridge incident, and Stefan's blood worked in her the way it worked, quietly and below the threshold of her awareness, doing what it did while she slept and rested, and allowed Aunt Judith to fuss over her with the anxious maternal energy of someone who had almost lost a child and is not ready to examine how close the almost had been. She told Aunt Judith she had slipped. She told Charlie Swan, who came around as the town's police chief with the gentle thoroughness of a man doing his job while also being a neighbor, the same thing. She told Bonnie and Meredith more, though not everything, but because the everything required a framework they were still building, and she was not sure the framework was complete enough yet to support the full weight of what had happened on that bridge. She told Stefan she was fine, and he looked at her with those green eyes that she could now read with a precision she had not possessed in September, and what she read in them was not reassurance, but a contained and careful dread that he was managing through the same will he applied to everything he found unmanageable. He knew what he had given her. He knew what it meant. He had told her the mechanics of it, quietly and precisely, on the second day after the bridge, sitting in her room while Aunt Judith thought he was helping with homework. "The blood I gave you," he said, without preamble, which was how he said things he had been rehearsing. "It means that if you were to die in the next several days before it leaves your system, you would not stay dead. You would complete a transition. You would become who I am." Elena sat with this, with the stillness she had developed for large pieces of information. "And if I don't die in that window, then the blood passes out of your system and the possibility passes with it," Stefan said. "In a week, perhaps 10 days, it will be as though it never happened, biologically speaking. But we would know," Elena said. "We would know," Stefan confirmed. She looked at him steadily. "You're frightened." "Extraordinarily," he said, with the flatness of someone not softening an honest answer. "Of what specifically?" she asked. "Of what might happen, or of what you did?" He was quiet for a moment. "Of what I did," he said finally. "I gave you my blood in an emergency, and I would do it again because the alternative was watching you die on the bank of a river, and I am not capable of that. But I gave it to you without your understanding of what it meant, without your genuine informed choice. And that is..." He stopped. "That is something Catherine did to us," he said. "Gave us something with consequences we didn't understand. And I told myself for 500 years that the giving without full understanding was the injury, separate from whatever the intention was." Elena looked at him for a long moment. "You're not Catherine," she said. "I know that," Stefan said. "It doesn't resolve the thing I did." "It wasn't the same," Elena said. "Catherine gave you her blood as a solution to a problem she created and couldn't face. You gave me yours because I was drowning. The context is not comparable, Stefan." "No," he said. "But the principle sits uncomfortably nonetheless." She reached across the distance between them and took his hand, the cold of it familiar and specific as anything she knew. "I'm alive," she said. "I'm here. Whatever else we need to work through, start with that." The days of early January were the quietest Fells Church had experienced in months, which was the specific quiet of an inhalation rather than an exhalation. The town catching its breath between events rather than genuinely resting. The incidents had paused. No new victims found in confused states, no new animal deaths, no new manifestations of whatever the other power was that had been moving through the town's shadows. This pause produced in Elena not relief, but a sharper attention, the instinctive wariness of someone who has learned that in the kind of story she was living, silence was rarely absence. It was usually preparation. Bonnie's dream stopped, which was its own form of information. She reported their cessation to Elena and Meredith with the specific unease of someone who has gotten used to a signal, however uncomfortable, and finds its absence more alarming than its presence had been. "When I was dreaming, I was almost understanding something," she said. "Now there's nothing. Like whatever was trying to communicate has either given up or found a different method. Or found a different channel," Meredith said. And her tone carried the precise quality that Meredith's voice carried when she was saying something she had already concluded was true, rather than proposing it as a possibility. Damon was less present in January, which was also information. His casual appearances on her street and outside the school had diminished in the days following the bridge incident, and Elena, who had developed the habit of tracking his presence as part of tracking the general landscape of her situation, noted his reduced visibility with a mixture of relief and the specific discomfort of not knowing where he was. Damon visible was a known quantity. Damon unaccounted for was something else. She encountered him on a Wednesday evening in mid-January, outside the boarding house where Stefan lived, coming down the front steps with the ease of someone who has been visiting without announcing the visit. He looked at her with the expression she had come to think of as his baseline with her, and the particular attention that was more genuine than his ordinary social performance, but less legible than straightforward honesty. "You were inside," Elena said. "You went to see Stefan." "I went to discuss certain things with my brother," Damon said, neither confirming nor denying the quality of the interaction. He is occasionally worth discussing things with, when he's not being aggressively noble about everything. "What things?" Elena asked. Damon looked at her for a moment with the assessing quality he sometimes directed at her, the look of someone deciding how much to give. "The other power," he said, which was the first time she had heard him use that specific phrase, which told her that the brothers had been having conversations she was not party to that had produced a shared vocabulary. We are in agreement that it is not either of us, not any vampire either of us has encountered, and not any category of supernatural entity that 500 years of combined experience has produced a reliable identification for. He paused. That is a short list of things that Stefan Salvatore and Damon Salvatore agree on. I thought it worth noting. You're both frightened, Elena said. Something moved through Damon's expression that was different from his usual response to the word frightened, which was dismissal. He did not dismiss it. I am careful, he said, which was a different kind of answer. I am always careful about things that are older than I am. There are not many such things. This appears to be one of them. The history of Fell's Church was in the town's historical society. I housed in a building on Church Street that smelled of old paper and careful preservation, and the specific mustiness of information that has not been consulted in a long time. Meredith went there in mid-January with the focused intention she brought to research, working through the founding records, the land grants, the diaries and personal papers that had been donated by the old families across the centuries, looking for the thing that was underneath the official history, the story that the official history had been written on top of. She brought what she found to Elena and Bonnie on a Saturday afternoon, spreading her notes across Elena's bed with the systematic precision of someone who has organized their findings before presenting them. The Fell family, she said, who founded this town, who built the original church, who gave everything here its name, they knew about vampires, about the supernatural generally. The founding of Fell's Church was not a colonial settlement in the ordinary sense. It was deliberate. It was placed here because this ground was already considered powerful, already considered a confluence of the kind of energy that the supernatural world responds to. The Fells were hunters, in the generational sense. The town was built as a kind of, not a trap exactly, a site, a place where things could be monitored and managed. And the church, Elena asked. The church was a focal point, Meredith said. The original structure, the one in the cemetery, was built on the oldest part of the ground, the part that was already charged before any settler arrived. There are references in the Fell family papers to something they called the Old One, something they believed was present in or beneath the ground at this specific location, something they were simultaneously keeping watch over and making use of. She paused, looking at her notes. They never identified it with any confidence. They only knew it was old in a way that exceeded the age of anything else they had encountered. And they knew it had been here before they came, and would be here after, and that the town they built was in some sense built on top of it. Elena sat with this, with the full weight of it settling into everything she already knew. The feeling in the cemetery on that first afternoon in September. Stefan's description of the town as a place with a quality of accumulated old power. The incidents, not just the blood feeding, but the essence draining, the Sue Carson kind, the kind that took something deeper than blood. It's been here all along, she said. Whatever it is, it was here before the animals, before the people being found, before Stefan arrived, before Damon. Before any of the families currently living here, Meredith confirmed. The Fells understood what they were building next to. The current families don't. The knowledge was lost somewhere in the generations between. The Smallwoods, Bonnie said suddenly. She had been quiet during Meredith's presentation, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands in her lap and her eyes slightly unfocused in the way they got when she was receiving rather than thinking. The Smallwood family, they still know something. Tyler knows something. Or knows that he knows something, which isn't the same as understanding it. She looked up. When I held Tyler's pen, I had to get it back from him after the diary incident. He had a pen he'd borrowed from me. I felt something different from what I felt with Stefan's. Older in a different way. Not vampire old. Something that goes into the ground. Werewolf, Elena said. And the word arrived in her mouth the same way Catherine had arrived in her mouth in the cemetery in September, propelled by association, confirmed by the feeling of rightness it produced when spoken. The three of them sat with this for a moment. This town, Bonnie said, finally, with the tone of someone who's arrived at an assessment they find both accurate and exhausting, is a great deal more than we were led to believe. The revelation about Catherine came in February, and it came through Damon. He came to Eleanor without performance, without the usual ease and the usual deflection. On an evening when the town was quiet under a thin layer of snow that made everything look temporary and provisional, the familiar streets transformed into something almost unrecognizable. He came to her door and she let him in because she had learned by now to read Damon's registers, and the register he was operating in on this evening was not the one that required caution. He was carrying something. She could see it in the set of him. Something he had decided to give her that he was not giving lightly. They sat in the small sitting room of the Gilbert house. Aunt Judith upstairs with Margaret, in the house warm and ordinary around them. And Damon told her something Stefan had not yet told her. Catherine is not dead, he said. Elena went very still. She was not destroyed in 1532, Damon said, his voice carrying the precise flatness of someone delivering information they have had a long time to process and have processed as completely as it can be processed, which is to say, not completely at all. She survived. I don't know the full mechanism of how she survived. She's been very careful across 5 centuries about what she reveals and to whom, but she has been alive the entire time Stefan and I have been living in the belief that we killed her, or that her death was on our hands in some measure. She has been alive, and she has known where we were. She has chosen, repeatedly, not to make herself known. Eleanor looked at him. Why are you telling me this? Because she's here, Damon said. In or near Fells Church. I have been aware of this since November. I did not tell Stefan because... He paused, and the pause was genuine. The pause of someone navigating something genuinely complex, rather than performing consideration. Because Stefan's grief for Catherine has been one of the organizing structures of his existence for 5 centuries. The news that she is alive is not simple good news. It is an enormous disruption to an enormous amount of carefully maintained certainty, and I needed to understand more before I handed him that disruption. And the attacks, Elena asked. The people being found. Catherine, Damon said. The essence feeding, the deep draining. That is her method. She has always fed differently from the way Stefan and I feed. She takes more than blood. She always did. She took more from us than we understood at the time, and she has had 5 centuries to refine the practice. Elena was quiet for a long moment, processing the full architecture of this. Catherine alive, Catherine present. Catherine having been the source of the town's suffering across the autumn and winter, while Damon and Stefan circled each other, and she learned about vampires and fell in love with one of them. She came back because of Stefan, Elena said. Because Stefan came here. Yes, Damon said. And because of me, Elena said. Because I look like her, and Stefan came here because of the resemblance, and she came because Stefan came, and... She stopped. Does she know that I know what Stefan is? She knows everything that happens in a place she has decided to inhabit, Damon said, which was nearly the same thing he had said about himself on an earlier occasion, and which told Eleanor something about the consistency of the creature Catherine was, as much as about the specific situation. She's been watching you, watching both of you. What does she want? Eleanor asked. Damon looked at her with those dark eyes that had their own version of the complexity Stefan's had. Different in shape, but not in depth. That, he said, is the question I have been trying to answer for 3 months. Catherine's wants have never been straightforward. They have never been what they appeared to be on the surface. In 1532, I believed she wanted both of us and could not choose. And what she actually wanted was to not be alone, and those are not the same thing. He was quiet for a moment. What I believe she wants now is to reclaim something she considers hers. Stefan, the attachment, the history, and you represent an obstacle to that reclamation that she has not yet decided how to address. Elena looked at Damon and understood, in the way she understood things that arrived whole rather than in pieces, the full shape of what he was telling her and why he was telling her now rather than earlier. He had come to her because he had decided, after months of watching and waiting and managing his own interests within the situation, that Eleanor needed this information more than he needed the leverage of withholding it, that whatever his motivations were, and she had never been naive about Damon's motivations being simple, he had landed on the side of telling her the truth. "Thank you," she said. He looked slightly surprised, and then the surprise passed into something quieter. "Don't thank me yet," he said. "The situation is not resolved by knowing about it." "No," Elena agreed, "but I'd rather know." "I know you would," Damon said. "That has always been one of the more interesting things about you." They told Stefan together. This was Elena's decision, insisted upon against Damon's preference for delivering information individually, where the reactions could be managed separately, because Elena had decided that the managed delivery of managed information was not something she was willing to participate in. Not with Stefan. Not about something this significant. If Catherine was alive and present in Fell's church, Stefan needed to know that, and he needed to know it in circumstances that gave him the full picture rather than a curated version. Stefan's response to the news that Catherine was alive was not what Elena had feared and not what she had hoped. He did not collapse. He did not rage. He went very still in the way that was his most extreme form of response, the complete cessation of movement, and he sat in that stillness for a long time while Elena and Damon waited on either side of him with the particular patience of people who understand they cannot do anything useful right now except be present. 500 years, Stefan said finally, and his voice was very quiet. She has been alive for 500 years and she let us believe. Yes, Damon said, without elaboration, because elaboration was not what the moment needed. Stefan looked at Elena then, and what she saw in his face was something she had not seen there before, something that was past the controlled grief she had become expert at reading. It was a re-examination happening in real time of 5 centuries of his own understanding of himself and his existence and the reasons for his choices. His penance, his self-starvation, his centuries of moving through the world at a careful distance from everything. All of it had been built, in some measure, on the foundation of Catherine's death, and his responsibility for it or connection to it, and the foundation had just been removed. "She's here," he said, not a question. "Yes," Elena said. "And she's been feeding on the town," he said. "Yes," Damon said. Stefan was quiet for another moment, and then something settled in him. Something that was not peace but was the particular clarity that sometimes follows the removal of a very old confusion. "Then we need to deal with her," he said. "Whatever she is now, whatever she wants. She's been hurting people in this town. That needs to stop." "Agreed," Damon said. And the word between the brothers, the simple, unguarded agreement, was the rarest thing Elena had heard in all the months she had been listening to them. Outside, the snow continued to fall on Fell's Church in the thin, quiet way of February snow, covering the old streets and the old cemetery with the same indifferent white, and somewhere in the town, in whatever shadow she had chosen for herself, and Catherine von Schwarzschild was alive and watching, as she had been watching for 500 years, with the patience of someone who has learned that patience is simply what immortality is made of, and who has never once learned to want any less than everything. The confrontation with Catherine did not happen the way Elena had imagined it would happen, because Elena had imagined it as a confrontation. Direct, contained, a meeting of forces in a defined space with a definable outcome. What actually happened was more distributed than that, more atmospheric, more like the experience of realizing you have been standing in water for some time before you looked down and noticed. Catherine did not announce herself. She made herself felt. February in Fell's Church was the grey month, the month that had none of January's crystalline cold and none of March's suggestion of eventual warmth, just the relentless middle grey of a Virginia winter that has gone on long enough to stop being dramatic and is simply being. Into this grey, across the 2nd and 3rd weeks of February, Catherine introduced herself in the specific way she had always introduced herself, which was to work on the people around her target before working on the target directly. Bonnie began forgetting things. Not dramatically, not in the way of the incidents of the autumn and early winter, where people were found disoriented in strange places, but quietly, in the way of small losses that each individually seemed explainable. A conversation she had no memory of having. An hour on a Tuesday afternoon that simply wasn't there when she looked for it. She reported these absences to Elena with the careful honesty of someone who is frightened but is committed to providing accurate information. And Elena listened with the careful attention of someone who understood that these absences were not random, but directed. That something was testing the edges of her closest friend's consciousness with the specific purpose of understanding what Bonnie's psychic abilities would and would not resist. Meredith did not forget things. Meredith's response to Catherine's atmospheric pressure was different. she became more alert, more watchful, operating at a level of vigilance that she sustained with the particular endurance of someone who has been trained for sustained vigilance and knows how to do it without burning through her resources. She had told Elena more of her family's history in February and the part she had been keeping back, the specific tradition of knowledge and preparation that the Sules family had maintained across generations, the training she had received from her grandfather beginning when she was 7 years old, the reason she had always known more than she admitted about the supernatural world. She was a hunter, not in the active sense of someone who went looking for things to destroy, but in the preparatory sense of someone who has been equipped across their entire life for the eventuality of standing in exactly the situation she was currently standing in. My grandfather trained me, Meredith said, on an evening in the 3rd week of February, when the three of them were together in Elena's room and the town was quiet outside. He said the Sules family had been adjacent to Fells Church's history for generations, not founding families, not here from the beginning, but aware of what the founding families had built here and why. He said there would be a time when the awareness would matter more than the training, and a time when the training would matter more than the awareness. He said I would know when each time had arrived. Is this the time? Bonnie asked. This is both times, Meredith said, with the precision that was her most characteristic quality. Simultaneously, Stefan had been searching for Catherine since the night Elena and Damon told him she was alive. He moved through Fells Church in the hours between midnight and dawn, with the focused intensity of someone who has centuries of experience tracking supernatural presence, and who also has the particular motivation of 500 years of grief that has just been revealed as having been in some measure unnecessary. He did not find her. He found traces, the psychic residue of her presence in places, the particular quality that a very old vampire leaves in spaces they have inhabited, a coldness that went deeper than the February cold, a feeling of something having been recently consumed. But Catherine herself remained elusive in the specific way of someone who has spent 5 centuries becoming very good at not being found when she did not choose to be. Damon found her first, and this was perhaps not surprising. Damon and Catherine had a history that operated on different frequencies than Stefan and Catherine's history, and whatever their connection was, it included a mutual legibility, a capacity to read each other's methods that came from a shared origin and a shared nature that had not been softened by Stefan's centuries of deliberate self-denial. He did not tell Stefan immediately. He told Elena. "She wants to talk to you," he said, which was not what Elena had expected him to say. They were standing on the front porch of the Gilbert house on a Sunday afternoon. Elena with her jacket pulled tight against the February cold. Damon in his customary black, insufficiently dressed for the weather and appearing entirely unaffected by this. "Catherine wants to talk to me," Elena said. "I'm making certain she had heard correctly." "She requested it," Damon said. "Through me. She wants a meeting, just the two of you, in the old church. She said..." He paused, with the specific quality of someone quoting something they find distasteful. "She said she wants Elena to understand before anything else happens." "Understand what?" Elena asked. "She did not specify," Damon said, which is Catherine's way. She's always preferred to control the content of conversations by controlling the context rather than by stating her terms in advance. He looked at Elena with the directness he reserved for things he considered genuinely important. "I don't recommend you go. I want to be clear about that. She is very old, and she is not what she was in 1532, and whatever gentleness she had then has been modified by 5 centuries of what her life has been. She's not safe." "I know she's not safe," Elena said. "Are you going to be able to stop me from going?" A long pause. "No," Damon said. "Then tell me when," Elena said. The meeting in the old church happened on a Tuesday evening, and Elena went alone because Catherine had specified alone, and because Elena had decided, after a long and careful consideration, that going alone was the choice that gave the meeting the best chance of producing something true. Catherine would perform for an audience, one-on-one, in the specific situation of 2 people who were connected by a resemblance that carried 5 centuries of history. There was at least the possibility of something honest. The old church was cold with the cold of a building that had not been heated for decades, and the stone walls holding the winter with the efficiency of old construction. The darkness inside dense and particular. Elena let her eyes adjust and found Catherine without difficulty, standing near the old altar with the composed stillness of someone who has been waiting in dark places for so long that waiting in dark places is simply a thing she does, rather than an experience she has. She was extraordinary. Elena had expected this intellectually, had been told, and had understood that Catherine was the origin of the face she saw in her own mirror. But the experience of actually standing in a room with her was different from the intellectual understanding. She was pale gold and pale skin, and the violet blue eyes that were Elena's eyes in a different register, a more saturated version. And she was beautiful in the way that all things were beautiful, with the quality of something that has been refined by time into its final and most essential form. She was also frightening in a way that Elena had not fully prepared for, not with the active menace of something that was about to attack, but with the passive menace of something that had stopped finding ordinary human calculations relevant. She looked at Elena with an attention that was curious and assessing, and contained something that was almost tender, almost maternal, in a way that Elena found more unsettling than open hostility would have been. "You look exactly as I did," Catherine said, and her voice was low and accented and carried the same quality as her eyes. Something distilled by time into its most essential form, up more so in person than in anything I had seen before. "It is remarkable." "I've been told," Elena said, keeping her voice steady. "Does it disturb you?" Catherine asked, with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. "Less than it probably should," Elena said. "What do you want, Catherine?" Something moved through Catherine's expression that might, in a human face, have been a wince. "Direct," she said. "Stefan always loved that quality in people. He does not have it himself, not fully. He's always considering how the truth will land before he delivers it. You just deliver it." "Yes," Elena said. "What do you want?" Catherine moved away from the altar, slowly, with the fluid ease of very old vampires, and Elena tracked her movement without backing away, which seemed to register as something. I want you to understand what you are involved in," Catherine said. "Not from Stefan's perspective, which is colored by his love for you, and not from Damon's perspective, which is colored by his love for you in the different way he loves things, which is to say possessively, and with considerable ambivalence about the possession. She paused. I want you to understand from my perspective, which has the advantage of not being in love with you. Tell me, Elena said. You have Stefan's blood in your system, Catherine said. This is not a secret. I know what happened at Wickery Bridge. I know what he gave you, and I know that the window has passed and the blood has left your system, and you are, for the present, fully human. But the bond that feeding creates does not leave with the blood. It persists, and you are fed from him in return, which means the bond runs in both directions, which is unusual. She looked at Elena with those distilled eyes. In 500 years, Stefan has not done what he has done with you, not with anyone. I need you to understand the weight of that. I know the weight of it, Elena said. You know your side of it, Catherine said, not unkindly. You know what it costs you. You don't yet fully know what it costs him, because you haven't known him long enough to understand what it means for someone like Stefan to allow himself to need something. He will do anything to protect you. Anything. He will make catastrophically large decisions in service of keeping you safe. Decisions that affect more than the two of you. And he will make them without consulting you because protecting you will feel more urgent than consulting you. She paused. I am telling you this so that you can watch for it, so that you can hold him to a standard of honesty that he may not hold himself to, when his fear for you overrides his commitment to treating you as an equal. Elena looked at her steadily. Why are you telling me this? Because I made the mistake of not saying difficult, true things in 1532, Catherine said quietly. Because I was gentle when I should have been honest, and I chose the comfort of the moment over the clarity that the moment required, and two people paid for that choice for 500 years. She looked at Elena with something that was not quite grief, but lived in the same territory. You are not me. You have never been me. You are something I was trying to be and was not capable of being. And I would prefer that your story ends differently than mine did. Elena stood in the cold church and looked at this ancient, damaged, extraordinary creature who had set 500 years of ruin in motion through an inability to choose and through an inability to be honest about that inability. And she felt something she had not expected to feel in this room, which was a complicated, uncomfortable compassion that she did not want and could not entirely dismiss. The thing in this town, Elena said, the other power, is it connected to you? Catherine's composure shifted slightly, the first time in the conversation that Elena had seen it shift. No, she said. I was drawn here by Stefan, as you know. What is in the ground of this town? What has been in the ground of this town since before the Fells built their church on top of it is not something I brought, and is not something I would willingly have come near had I known it was here. She paused. It is very old, older than I am, older than Klaus, who is among the oldest of our kind. It is something that existed before our kind, I think, before vampires as we understand them. Something that the vampire mythology grew up around rather than something that grew up within it. Klaus, Elena said, catching the name that had been delivered without particular emphasis, which was how Damon delivered names he was trying to see if she recognized. Who is Klaus? Catherine looked at her with the specific quality of someone who has said more than they intended and is eyes assessing the damage. Someone you should hope you never encounter, she said, after a pause that was a fraction too long. Someone who has more to do with the shape of everything that has happened than anyone currently in Fell's church wants to acknowledge. She turned back toward the altar, and the movement had the quality of a conversation being closed. I have told you what I came to tell you, she said. What you do with it is your decision. It has always been better, I think, when the people involved make their own decisions. I was not always good at allowing that. Elena left the old church and stood in the February dark outside the cemetery gate, and the cold was absolute around her, and Fell's church was quiet in every direction. She stood there for a moment, breathing, and she felt the full architecture of what had just happened settle into her understanding. And underneath the settling, she felt something else. A shift in the quality of the situation, a sense of things moving from the stage of gathering toward the stage of arriving. Klaus. The name sat in her mind with the specific weight of something that has been present in the situation for longer than she has known the situation. Something whose absence from the explicit conversation had been as informative as any of the things that had been said. Catherine had been frightened when she said it. Catherine, who was 5 centuries old and had survived things that had killed everyone around her, and who had sat in that cold church with the composed stillness of someone who had made peace with most of the things the world contained. Catherine had been frightened of the name she had let slip. Elena walked home through the February dark, and the town was quiet around her, and the old ground of Fell's church held its old secrets with the patience of ground, and somewhere beneath all of it, older than the church and older than the stories told about it, the other power turned in its long sleep and felt perhaps the first movement of waking. She did not tell Stefan everything Catherine had said, not because she was hiding it, but because she was sorting it, and sorting took time. And some of what Catherine had given her was information that required her to be alone with it before she could hand it to someone else. She told Stefan that Catherine had wanted to explain herself, that Catherine appeared to be genuinely done with Fell's church and its inhabitants in the active sense, that Catherine had named someone called Klaus as a figure with significance to the shape of everything that had happened. Stefan went still at the name in the way she had expected him to go still. Klaus, he said. You know who he is, Elena said. I know what he is, Stefan said, which was not the same thing, and the way he said it told her that what Klaus was qualified as one of the things Stefan had been carrying quietly in the background of his 500 years. One of the things that existed in the register of genuine, an ancient threat rather than manageable complexity. He made Catherine, Stefan said, or shaped her into what she became. He is among the oldest vampires in existence, truly original, something from before the categories we use now. He is not someone whose interest you survive easily. Is his interest here? Elena asked. In Fell's church? Stefan was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he said, but I am going to find out. He looked at her with the full weight of his green eyes, the full 5 centuries of them, and underneath the weight was the thing Catherine had warned her about. The decision already beginning to form, the calculation already running, the love already beginning to override the consultation. Elena, he said, and his voice carried the specific quality that told her she needed to hear what came next very carefully. whatever happens next, whatever we discover about Klaus and about what is in this ground, I need you to be safe more than I need anything else. I know you do, Elena said, and I need you to remember that being safe is my decision to make, not yours to arrange. Remember that, Stefan. Whatever you're planning, remember that. He looked at her for a moment with the honesty she had built between them, slowly and carefully across the whole autumn and winter. I'll try, he said, which was what he always said when he was not certain he could keep a promise, but was committed to making the attempt. It was, she had decided months ago, enough. For now, it was enough. Outside, and the February dark held Fell's church in its cold and patient arms, and the bare trees stood against the pewter sky, and the old cemetery was quiet, and somewhere in the deep ground beneath it all, in the layer of the world that the Fell family had built their church on top of, because they understood what was there and wanted to watch it, something that was older than watching stirred. The story was no longer gathering. It had arrived. And what came next would require everything they had built across the winter. The trust, the knowledge, the careful and costly honesty. Because what was coming was not something that yielded to anything less than the full truth of the people standing in its path. Eleanor went inside, and the door closed behind her, and Fell's church breathed in the dark and waited. As spring came to Fell's church, the way spring always came to places that had endured difficult winters, not triumphantly, not with the theatrical suddenness of a transformation, but gradually and with frequent reversals. Warm days followed by cold nights, the ground softening and then hardening again, the trees putting out the first tentative suggestions of green and then pulling back as though reconsidering. It was the season of almost, the season of things that had not yet committed to being what they were going to be. Elena understood this season in a way she had not understood it in previous years. She was also in a state of almost. She was human, and she had been vampire, and she had been between, and she had come back from between, and was now something that occupied the category of human without being entirely contained by it. The blood she carried in her veins was ordinary blood. The bond she carried in her consciousness was not ordinary, and the power that occasionally surfaced in moments of extreme emotion or extreme danger, the thing she had felt on Wickery Bridge, the thing she had felt in the old church standing across from Catherine, was not anything she had a framework for, not yet. She was learning to live alongside it the way you learn to live alongside anything you cannot fully account for. She noted when it appeared. She noted the circumstances. She wrote about it in her diary with the careful precision of someone who understands that they are documenting something that may become important to understand later, even if they cannot understand it now. Stefan was still in Fell's church. Catherine, as far as any of them could determine, had left, or had retreated to whatever edge of the town's geography she maintained herself in, when she was not actively moving through it. The incidents had stopped entirely in February, and their stopping coincided closely enough with the meeting in the old church that Elena understood Catherine's departure and the cessation of the attacks as related events. Two expressions of the same decision. Catherine had said what she came to say. She had, in her particular way, done what she considered her accounting for 1532, and she had moved on. What she had left behind was the name Klaus, and the name Klaus had not moved on. It sat in the background of every conversation Stefan and Elena had about the future. A gravity that pulled at the edges of their planning without being directly addressed. Because addressing it directly required a level of information about Klaus's intentions and awareness that neither of them currently possessed. Darman had opinions about Klaus. He delivered these opinions on a March evening, sitting in the Salvatore boarding house with Stefan and Elena, and a quality of directness that suggested he had been thinking about this for some time, and had decided that the thinking phase was complete. Klaus is aware of Fell's church, he said. I don't know if he is aware of the specific situation, of Elena, of the bond, of what is in the ground here, but he is aware of Catherine's movements, which means he is aware that Catherine spent time here, which means it is only a question of when, rather than whether he turns his attention in this direction. How long? Stefan asked. I don't know, Damon said. Klaus operates on a timescale that makes our 5 centuries look like an afternoon. He may not act for months. He may have already acted in ways we haven't recognized as his action. He's very old, Stefan. Older than anything either of us has been in proximity to. He is not a vampire in the sense we mean when we use the word. He is what the word was invented to describe, the original from which all the other variations developed. And the thing in the ground here, Elena said. You said in February that he has more to do with the shape of everything than anyone wants to acknowledge. Does that mean Klaus and the other power are connected? Damon was quiet for a moment. That was longer than his usual pauses, which were generally brief, because Damon preferred to control conversations through the speed of his responses, rather than through the weight of his silences. I believe the Old One in this ground is something Klaus has known about for a very long time, he said finally. I believe Fell's church is on his map for reasons that predate any of us. Whether he sent Catherine here deliberately, whether her arrival here was his move in a game we don't yet have the full rules for, I don't know. But I think the coincidence of Catherine and the Old One being in the same location at the same time, with Stefan and Elena also in the same location, is not coincidence. Stefan looked at his brother across the small sitting room of the boarding house, and Elena watched the communication that passed between them, and the particular language of people who have known each other for 5 centuries, who have spent most of those centuries in open conflict and occasional devastating honesty. We need to know more about what is in the ground before Klaus decides to come for it, Stefan said. Yes, Damon said simply. This was the second time she had heard them agree without qualification, without the performance of opposition that usually framed their exchanges, even when they were moving in the same direction. And the simplicity of the agreement told her more about the severity of what they were facing than any elaboration could have. The research into the Old One happened across March and April through 3 simultaneous channels. Meredith worked the Historical Society records, going deeper into the founding family papers than she had gone in January, finding documents that had been misfiled or deliberately obscured, handwritten accounts in the Fell family archive that had been folded inside other documents as though the person who placed them there had wanted them to be findable but not immediately visible. Bonnie worked through what she could access through her own abilities, sitting with objects from the old church and from the oldest part of the cemetery, with the quiet concentration of someone doing something that was costing them something, accepting the cost as necessary. and Stefan worked through his own centuries of accumulated knowledge, cross-referencing what he knew about the oldest strata of vampire history with what they were learning about Fell's church, looking for the point where the two maps overlapped. And what emerged across those weeks was fragmentary and not entirely internally consistent. The nature of knowledge that has been assembled from multiple incomplete sources, each of which was working from its own incomplete information. But the shape of it was becoming clear, and the shape was this. The Old One was not a vampire. It was not a ghost or a spirit in the ordinary supernatural sense. It was something that existed in the ground the way old stories existed in a language. Embedded, structural, part of the foundation of how the thing worked rather than a content that had been added to a pre-existing structure. The Fell family had called it the Old One because they had no better name, and because the word old was the most honest word available. Their records described it as a power rather than an entity, and though the power had qualities that were closer to intent than to force, it seemed to want things in the way that very old things want things, which was not the wanting of desire but the wanting of nature, the way water wants to flow downhill. What it wanted, insofar as the Fell records could determine, was continuation. It fed on living energy the way all supernatural entities in the Fell's church mythology fed, but it fed slowly, generationally, taking small amounts from the population of the town over long periods in a way that was sustainable because the population replenished itself. The incidence of the autumn and winter had not been the Old One feeding in its ordinary mode. Something had stirred it, accelerated it, driven it from its slow, sustainable pace into something more acute and more damaging. Something had disturbed the Old One's rest, and the disturbance had been a supernatural arrival of sufficient power to register in whatever passed for the Old One's awareness. The disturbance was us, Damon said, when Meredith presented the assembled findings on a Saturday afternoon in April. Stefan arriving, me arriving, Catherine arriving. Too much supernatural presence in a place that had been quiet for decades, and the Old One responded to the density of it. Like waking something up by making too much noise, Bonnie said. Yes, Damon said. Which means that as long as we are here, in this quantity, the Old One will continue to be more active than its baseline. We are maintaining the disturbance simply by being present. The implication of this sat in the room for a moment before Eleanor addressed it. You're not going to leave, she said. Not to Damon specifically, but to the room. No, Stefan said. No, Damon confirmed. Then we find another way to quiet it, Eleanor said. The Fell records. Is there anything about how they managed it? How they kept it at the sustainable baseline they describe? Meredith nodded, with the expression of someone who's been waiting for this specific question because they have the answer to it. There is, she said. The founding family maintained what they called a covenant, not a supernatural contract in the formal sense, more of a practice, a regular ritual that acknowledged the Old One's presence and gave it what it needed in controlled amounts, which prevented the deeper, more damaging feeding that happened when it was ignored or disturbed. How the covenant was maintained by the Fell family across multiple generations and appears to have lapsed sometime in the mid-1800s, when the family line died out or moved away. After the covenant lapsed, the Old One went dormant rather than becoming immediately dangerous. which the record suggests is its default state when unmanaged, dormancy rather than aggression. What does the ritual involve? Elena asked. Meredith looked at her notes. A willing offering, she said carefully. Not blood exactly. Something the records describe as essence, life energy, offered consciously and voluntarily by someone with a genuine connection to the place. Someone who belongs to Fell's Church in the deep sense, not just residency, but rootedness. Someone the Old One would recognize as a legitimate interlocutor. The room was quiet for a moment. Elena, Bonnie said softly. Yes, Elena said, because she had already understood, as Meredith was describing it, had felt the recognition of it in the same part of herself that had produced Catherine's name in the old cemetery and the white power on Wickery Bridge. It has to be me. We don't know that with certainty, Stefan said, and his voice had the specific quality Catherine had warned her about, the quality of love overriding consultation, the protective calculation already beginning to run. The records don't specify. Stefan, Elena said, in the tone she had developed for exactly this kind of moment. The records describe someone with a deep connection to this place who the Old One would recognize. And I was born here. My parents died here. I have died adjacent to here and come back. If the Old One recognizes anything about the human population of Fell's Church, it recognizes me. She paused. This is my decision to make. He looked at her with those 5 centuries-old eyes, and she held his gaze with the full steadiness she had been building since September. And after a long moment, he said, very quietly, I know. Bonnie's role in the ritual became clear through her own ability, rather than through the historical record, through the specific channel of her psychic sensitivity, which had, across the spring, stopped behaving like a manageable parlor trick and had begun behaving like what it actually was. A genuine and significant power that was growing in proportion to the demands being placed on it. She sat with the oldest object from the Fell archive that Meredith had located, a carved stone marker from the pre-colonial site that the original church had been built over, and she went into the particular focus state that her deepest readings produced, and when she came back, she described what she had accessed with the new vocabulary of someone who has stopped pretending their abilities are smaller than they are. The Old One is not malevolent, she said. I want to be clear about that because I was frightened going in, and I needed to know whether the fear was warranted. It is not malevolent. It is ancient, and it is large, and it is not. It doesn't think the way we think, or feel the way we feel. But it is not trying to destroy anything. It is trying to persist. It has been persisting for longer than anything I can find a reference point for. And the persistence is not aggression. It is just continuation. It wants to continue. And when we give it what the covenant describes, Eleanor asked. It will settle, Bonnie said. It will go back to the slow baseline. It will stop the acute feeding. It will be what it has been for most of its existence, which is something enormous existing very quietly beneath a small Virginia town, doing what it does in amounts that are not damaging. She paused. It may also do something else. I got an impression, not a clear vision, more of a directional feeling, that if the covenant is properly restored, if it is done by someone the Old One genuinely recognizes, it may offer something in return, not as a transaction, as a consequence, the way a river offers irrigation as a consequence of flowing where it flows, not as payment for being allowed to flow. What does it offer? Meredith asked. I don't know exactly, Bonnie said. Something that has to do with the boundary between the living and the dead. Something that has to do with the thinness of that boundary in this specific place, which is a real thing. The veil here is genuinely thinner than it is elsewhere. You can feel it in the cemetery. You can feel it anywhere the ground is old enough. The old one maintains that thinness. And when the covenant is active, the thinness is not a vulnerability, but a door. One that can be used intentionally, rather than one that things simply fall through. Elena looked at Bonnie for a long moment, and then she looked at Stefan, and then she looked at Damon, who had been quiet for an unusual length of time, sitting in the corner of the room with his dark eyes moving between the speakers with the focused attention of someone who is performing a calculation whose variables keep changing. What are you thinking? She asked him directly. I am thinking, Damon said slowly, that a thin boundary between the living and the dead, managed by an intentional covenant, restored at a moment when Klaus is almost certainly aware that something significant is happening in Fell's church, is either a significant advantage or a significant liability, depending entirely on who gets to decide how the door is used. He paused. And I'm thinking that Klaus will know what the covenant restoration means if he is watching. And I am thinking that this means we should do it before he has the opportunity to interfere. How long do we have? Stefan asked. I don't know, Damon said, but I would not assume we have long. The preparation for the covenant ritual took 2 weeks of May, 2 weeks during which the ordinary life of Fell's church continued its spring routines around them. The end of the school year approaching, the social machinery of Robert E. Lee High running through its final cycles, the world outside their circle proceeding with the comfortable indifference of a world that does not know what is happening in its own ground. Elena moved through both worlds simultaneously, attending classes and talking to Bonnie and Meredith in the hallways about ordinary things when the hallways required ordinary things, and then returning to the basement of the Historical Society or the boarding house sitting room to continue the work that the other world required. She was tired in a way that was not physical, but something deeper, the tiredness of someone who has been holding two realities in their mind simultaneously for an extended period and whose cognitive architecture was beginning to feel the strain of the maintenance. Stefan noticed and said nothing useful about it, because the useful things to say were the things she had already said to herself and had already decided to proceed past. And Stefan had learned over the months of their relationship that telling Elena things she already knew in the expectation that she would change her course was not a productive use of anyone's time. And Damon noticed and said, "You look tired." "I am tired," Elena said. "Good," Damon said. "Tired people make more honest decisions than rested people. They don't have the energy to perform. Whatever you decide in the next 2 weeks, you'll decide from a place that is actually you, not a place that is the version of you that you show the world when you have the resources to curate it." Elena looked at him. "That's either a profound observation or a very Damon way of telling me I look terrible." "Both," Damon said, with a brief, genuine smile that still arrived rarely enough to register as significant. "Obviously both." The night before the ritual, Elena sat in her room with her diary and wrote, She wrote about September and the first day of school, and the boy crossing the courtyard who did not look at her. She wrote about the cemetery in October, and Damon against the oak tree with his open, dangerous eyes. She wrote about Wickery Bridge and the cold, and Stefan's blood and the bond. She wrote about Catherine in the old church, and the name Klaus, and the thing in the ground beneath everything. She wrote about Bonnie's growing power, and Meredith's careful preparation, and Matt's quiet, decent presence at the human edge of everything. She wrote, "Tomorrow I do something that the Fell family did for generations and stopped doing, and the stopping had consequences that are still running. I do not know what the Covenant restoration will feel like, or what it will cost, or what it will produce. I know that it is mine to do, and that knowing it is mine is its own form of certainty, the kind that does not require external validation. I am not afraid. I am tired and I am clear, and I am as honest as I have ever been," which Damon would apparently consider optimal conditions. She closed the diary. She went to the window and looked out at Fell's Church in the May night, at the old streets and the old trees coming into full leaf, at the cemetery visible in the distance with its old stones pale in the dark. The old one was there in the ground beneath all of it, ancient and enormous and waiting with the patience of something that has been waiting since before patience was a word, since before words were a thing, since before the species that would eventually build a town on top of it and name the town after a family who understood what was underneath, had yet arrived to do any of those things. Elena stood at the window and felt it, not with fear, not with the cold dread she had felt in September when it was simply a presence without a shape. She felt it with the recognition of something known, the recognition of two old things that have finally been properly introduced. Tomorrow, she would be ready. The Covenant ritual did not go as planned. This was not, in retrospect, surprising. Nothing in Fell's Church had gone as planned since September, and the pattern of the year had been consistent enough that expecting the ritual to proceed without complication would have required a willful optimism that none of them, by May, still possessed. What happened was not catastrophic. It was not nothing. It was the specific category of outcome that falls between those 2 points, the outcome that changes the shape of everything without providing the clean resolution that a catastrophic or a nothing would have produced. Elena stood in the old cemetery at midnight on a Thursday in May, on the ground above the oldest part of the old one's presence, with Bonnie on her left and Meredith on her right, and Stefan slightly behind her, and Damon at the perimeter of the cemetery, doing what Damon did in situations that required patience and stillness, which was to be visibly uncomfortable with both while providing them anyway. The night was warm and the trees were in full leaf, and the May sky above them was clear enough for stars, which Elena noticed, because she noticed everything in that moment with the particular acuity of someone whose awareness has been concentrated by preparation, and the ritual itself was simple in the way that very old things are simple, not unsophisticated, but stripped of the complexity that accumulates in things that have been interpreted and reinterpreted across generations until the interpretation is more elaborate than the original. Bonnie had distilled it from the Fell records with the focused patience she brought to her psychic work, and what remained after the distillation was this: a willing presence on the ground, an honest acknowledgement of what was there, and an offering of something real, not blood, not life, but attention. Genuine attention, the kind that required the person giving it to be fully present without reservation or performance, to simply be there in the complete and unguarded sense. Eleanor stood on the old ground and was present. She felt the old one respond, and this was not a dramatic sensation. It was not the thunderclap of a supernatural event in the style of stories, not the light and the power she had experienced on Wickery Bridge. It was subtler than that, the sensation of something enormous becoming aware of something small, the quality of attention when it is directed from very far above and very far below simultaneously, the feeling of being seen by something that sees in a completely different register than sight. She was not afraid. She had been afraid of it in September when it was unknown, and she had been afraid of it in the winter when it had been actively feeding, and she was not afraid of it now because she understood it in the way that Bonnie had described, not malevolent, not hungry in the predatory sense, yet simply ancient and continuous and in need of the acknowledgement that the covenant provided. She gave it the acknowledgement. She stood on the ground and felt the connection establish itself with the solidity of something that had been waiting to be established for a long time, with the quality of a door opening that had been locked since the mid-1800s, when the last fell who understood what was there had stopped performing the covenant, and the old one had sunk into the dormancy from which the autumn supernatural traffic had eventually disturbed it. And then something else happened. Something that was not in the Fell records, because the Fell records had been written by people who restored the covenant from a state of dormancy, and not, as Elena was restoring it, from a state of acute disturbance. The old one, her reconnecting with the covenant from its disturbed state, did not simply settle. It opened something. The thin boundary that Bonnie had described, the thinness between the living world and what lay beyond it, that was a structural feature of this specific ground, became for a moment not thin but transparent. And through the transparency, Elena saw something or felt something that she could not afterward describe with any precision, except to say that it was large and old and on the other side of everything. She came back from this experience sitting on the ground with her hands in the cemetery grass, and Stefan crouching in front of her with both of his hands on her face, and his green eyes doing the thing they did when his control was being genuinely tested, the full color coming up in them, the layers all visible simultaneously. "Ah, Elena," he was saying, in the repeated way of someone who has been saying a name for longer than they have received a response. "Elena, I'm here," she said. "I'm all right. I'm here." Behind Stefan, Bonnie was sitting cross-legged on the ground with Meredith beside her. Meredith's hand on Bonnie's back, both of them with the expression of people who have just witnessed something they were not fully prepared for, despite having prepared as thoroughly as preparation allowed. Damon had moved from the perimeter to a position 3 feet behind Stefan, and his expression had the quality it had on the rare occasions when he was operating without any performance layer at all. Just Damon, without the ease and without the deflection, watching Elena with the focused attention of someone who had been genuinely uncertain for a moment of the outcome. "It worked," Elena said. "The covenant is restored. I felt it settle. She paused, sorting through the experience for the pieces she could translate into language. It also showed me something. I don't know exactly what. Something through the boundary. Something that was an impression of the other side, of what exists beyond the ordinary boundaries of this place. "Are you damaged?" Damon asked, which was his version of "Are you all right?" stripped of the social coating that "Are you all right?" required. "No," Elena said. "I don't think so. I think what I saw was given, not taken. The Old One showed me something as a consequence of the covenant, the way Bonnie described, as a consequence of the door opening rather than as an assault. What the consequence revealed itself to be took several days to fully understand. The understanding came through Bonnie rather than through Elena directly, through Bonnie's ability to access the impression Elena had received and read it in the way she read the psychic residue of objects and places. She sat with Elena on a Saturday morning and held Elena's hands in the careful, concentrated way of her deepest work, and she said, afterward, with the specific carefulness of someone delivering information they are not entirely certain they have received accurately, "The boundary being thin here is not incidental. It is the reason this place has always attracted supernatural presence. Things that exist in the space between the living world and what comes after are drawn to places where the boundary is thin, the way moths go to light, except the light in this case is the possibility of crossing." She paused. "The Old One is not on either side of the boundary. It is in the boundary. It is the boundary in some way. It is what makes the thinness structural rather than accidental. And when the covenant is active, it does not just manage the Old One's feeding. It also manages what can and cannot use the thinness as a crossing point." "So an active covenant," Meredith said, from the doorway, where she had been listening with her notebook, "functions as a kind of gate, a managed threshold rather than an uncontrolled one." "Yes," Bonnie said, "and Elena is the gatekeeper now, for as long as the covenant holds, which the Feld records suggest is indefinite, as long as the acknowledgement is maintained. The renewal is simple. It doesn't require the full ritual again, just the ongoing conscious acknowledgement of what is there. Elena is in relationship with the Old One in a way that gives her some measure of authority over what crosses through this place." Elena sat with this, with the full weight of it. She was 17 years old, and she was a gatekeeper of a supernatural threshold in a small Virginia town, in a relationship with an entity that had been in the ground since before recorded history, having arrived at this position through a sequence of events that had begun with a pale boy not looking at her in a school courtyard in September. The trajectory of it was not something she would have designed if she had been designing her life, but she had stopped somewhere in the course of the autumn and winter, believing that the life she would have designed for herself was necessarily the life most worth living. The consequence of the restored covenant manifested in the days following in ways that were practical rather than dramatic. The town of Fells Church began slowly and without anyone who was not paying close attention being able to identify why to feel better. Not better in any specific articulable way, simply better, the collective atmospheric quality of a community that had been under a low-grade pressure it could not name beginning to lift as the pressure eased. People slept better. The the ambient irritability that had characterized the town since October decreased. The sense of something watching, which had been present in the background of the ordinary life of the town for months, and diminished to the level of the ordinary uncanniness that had always been a quality of Fell's Church, and was part of its character, rather than a symptom of its disturbance. Klaus became real in late May, which is to say, he became real in the specific sense of moving from a name they were holding at the edge of their understanding to a presence they were actively addressing. He did not arrive in Fell's Church himself. Not yet. What arrived was evidence of his awareness, the specific fingerprints of someone very old and very powerful, making their knowledge of a situation visible to the people in the situation, in a way that was intended to communicate that they were being watched. Stefan found the first evidence in the boarding house in his room, on a morning when he was certain no one had entered, and the room showed no signs of entry, and nevertheless contained something that had not been there the night before. A very old letter, written in Italian, in a hand that was not any hand Stefan recognized, but that contained knowledge of his specific history, his transformation, the details of his centuries of movement, that no one who had not been tracking him for a very long time could have possessed. The letter said very little directly. It said, in the elaborate courtesy of very old correspondence, that the writer was aware of the recent restoration of a certain covenant in a certain location and wished to express their interest in the outcome of that restoration. It was signed with a single initial. Damon identified the initial without hesitation and without any of the usual performance of consideration. Klaus, he said. Stefan was quiet for a moment. He knows about the covenant. He knows about everything, Damon said. That is the consistent characteristic of Klaus across the entire period of vampire history in which he has been an active participant, which is most of it. He knows. He has always known. The question is never whether Klaus is aware. The question is what he does with the awareness. What does he want with the covenant? Elena asked. Damon looked at her with the directness he reserved for things he had decided she needed without softening. What he has always wanted with thin places, he said. Access. The boundary in this ground is something he has known about for longer than any of us have existed. The covenant that managed it, that controlled what could and could not cross through it. The lapsing of that covenant in the mid-1800s was not accidental. I believe Klaus arranged for the Fell family knowledge to be lost. I believe he wanted the covenant to lapse because a lapsed covenant meant an unmanaged threshold, which was more useful to him than a managed one. The implications of this reordered everything. Elena understood them in the sequence they arrived, each one shifting the meaning of the ones before. He wanted the old one to be unmanaged, she said, because an unmanaged old one is a gate that stands open. A managed one is a gate with a gatekeeper. Yes, Damon said. And now there is a gatekeeper, Elena said. Yes, Damon said, which means that whatever Klaus has been using this threshold for across the century and a half since the covenant lapsed, the letter is his announcement that the situation has changed and that he is aware of the change and that the change has his attention. He paused. It is also, in the register in which Klaus communicates, a warning. Stefan put the letter down on the table with the careful deliberateness of someone managing a physical response to information that would otherwise express itself as something less controlled. We need to understand what he has been using the threshold for, he said. We need to know what has been crossing through this place and in what direction since the 1800s. Because what Elena is now gatekeeping is not just the going forward. It is also the history of what has already come through. This investigation occupied the final weeks of May, and it was the most difficult research any of them had done across the year, because the evidence was by definition oblique. They were looking for the traces of supernatural crossings in a place where the supernatural had been a constant background, trying to identify the specific against the general. Meredith worked the records. Bonnie worked the ground itself, standing at different points in the old cemetery and reading what she could access, which was more than she had been able to access before the Covenant restoration, and which suggested that the Covenant gave her abilities a channel they had previously lacked. What they found was incomplete and would remain incomplete, but the shape of it was deeply troubling. There had been regular crossings through the Fells Church threshold across the past century and a half, and the crossings had not been random. They had been directed. Something, or a category of things, had been using this threshold as a corridor between the living world and whatever lay on the other side of it. And the traffic had been one-directional in the sense that what came through came from the other side and did not go back. What comes through and stays, Meredith said, looking at the assembled evidence on the Saturday evening before June. That is what Klaus has been sending here, or facilitating. Things from the other side that crossed through and settled into the living world, that became part of the fabric of places and communities in ways that served Klaus's purposes. What purposes? Elena asked. Influence, Stefan said, quietly, from the window where he had been standing for the past hour. Klaus's presence in the living world has always been complicated by his age. He is old enough that his power is visible in ways that draw attention, and visibility is the one thing our kind cannot afford in quantity. If he could establish influence through intermediaries that came from the other side, things that operated below the threshold of recognition, things that fed on communities slowly and sustainably the way the old one fed on Fells Church. He built a network, Damon said, finishing the sentence with the particular flatness of someone confirming a conclusion they find both impressive and terrible. Using thin places as import points, Fells Church was one of several, the most reliable, the oldest, and the one with the most structural power. And the Fell family's covenant was the thing standing between his network and a fully operational corridor, and he removed it. Elena stood in the middle of the room and felt the full weight of what they were describing, the full scale of it, the way the small personal story of a girl and two brothers in a Virginia town was connected to something that operated across the entire geography of the supernatural world. She had been a gatekeeper for 3 weeks. She had been holding a door that Klaus had spent 150 years propping open, and he had written a letter to let her know that he knew. "He's going to come here," she said. Not a question. "Yes," Stefan said. "Not immediately," Damon said. Klaus does not move immediately. He moves when the conditions are exactly what he requires, and he arranges the conditions before he moves. What we need to do before he arrives is understand what we have. The Covenant, the old one, the gatekeeper function, Bonnie's ability to work with the boundary. and understand it well enough to use it rather than simply to defend it. "You want to fight him?" Meredith said. "I want to be prepared," Damon said, which in Damon's vocabulary was the same thing, but said more honestly. "I want us to be standing on ground that is ours when he arrives. This ground," he gestured with the economy of movement that was his most characteristic physical quality, at the floor and by implication the old ground beneath it. "This ground has a gatekeeper now. That is a significant fact. Klaus has not dealt with a gatekeeper here in 150 years. I want to understand exactly how significant that fact is before he tests it." Eleanor looked at the people in the room. Stefan at the window, Damon leaning against the wall, Meredith with her notebook and her hunter's training, and her centuries of inherited knowledge, Bonnie with her growing power and her willingness to use it even when using it cost her. She had spent the year building something with these people, something that had started as a girl pursuing a mysterious boy and had become, through the accumulation of autumn and winter and spring, something that functioned like the thing the Fell family had been. A group of people who understood what was in the ground of this place and were committed to managing it. "Then we understand it," Elena said. "All of it, before he comes." The summer was beginning outside of Fell's church, settling into the long, warm evenings of June, the school year over, the town breathing with the ease of the season that required the least of it. Elena stood at the old cemetery gate on a June evening after a long afternoon of research and preparation and the particular mental exhaustion of trying to understand things that exceeded the categories available for understanding them. And she looked at the old stones in the last of the daylight, and she felt, through the bond with the old one that the covenant had created, the quality of the ground beneath her feet. Ancient and enormous and settled, the acute disturbance of the autumn and winter smoothed back into the slow, sustainable baseline that the Fell family records described as its natural state. The old one continuing, persisting, and doing what it had always done in this ground, which was exist with the patience of something that has been existing since before patience was a concept and intends to go on existing long after all the concepts have changed. Elena was the gatekeeper. Klaus was coming. Fell's church was quiet in the June evening, its old streets and old trees and old stones holding their long history in their bones, with the equanimity of things that have seen a great deal and expect to see more. And none of it was simple, and all of it was hers. She stood at the gate until the last light was gone, and then she walked home through the warm dark, and the summer was beginning, and the story was not over. Klaus came to Fell's church on a night in late June, when the summer was at its fullest and most indifferent, the warm dark pressing down on the town with the comfortable weight of a season that does not concern itself with the things happening inside it. He did not announce himself the way the letter had announced his awareness. He arrived in the way of things that are very old and very powerful and have stopped feeling that arrival requires announcement. He was simply suddenly present in the way that certain facts are present, not introduced but recognized, already true before you look directly at them. Elena felt him before anyone else did. This was a consequence of the covenant, of the connection between her and the old one, and the threshold she was maintaining, a sensitivity to the quality of the supernatural that had been developing in her since May, and which now functioned as something close to a warning system, she woke at 3 in the morning on the 23rd of June from a sleep that had been deep and dreamless, and sat upright in her bed with the specific certainty of someone who has not had a nightmare but has received information. Her heart beating fast with an urgency that was not fear, but was its close neighbor. She called Stefan. She called Damon. She called Bonnie and Meredith. She did this in the 4 minutes between waking and understanding that there was no time to wait for morning. And by the time she had dressed and gone downstairs, Stefan was at the door, which told her that the bond between them had carried the urgency before the phone call arrived. "He's here," she said. "I know," Stefan said. His face had the quality it had when he was operating at maximum control, and the absolute composure of someone for whom composure was not ease but effort, and the effort was fully engaged. He was dressed as though he had not been asleep, which suggested he had not been, which suggested he had known or suspected this night was the night before she had woken to confirm it. Damon arrived 4 minutes after Stefan, from a direction that suggested he had not been at the boarding house, which was consistent with his summer habits of ranging more widely through Fells Church's nights than he did during the school year, when Elena's schedule gave the days a structure he loosely orbited. He looked at Elena with the unperformed attention he reserved for genuine emergencies and said nothing, which was more communicative than anything he could have said. Bonnie and Meredith arrived together, Meredith with the bag she maintained for exactly this kind of occasion, packed with the specific tools of her hunter's preparation, not weapons in the conventional sense, because conventional weapons were not relevant to the category of thing they were dealing with, but the instruments of the practices her grandfather had taught her, the things that operated in the register of the supernatural rather than the physical. Bonnie looked the way she looked when she had been in psychic contact with something large, which was not frightened but was very awake, all her attention operating at full extension. "He is in the old church," Bonnie said, before anyone asked. "He's been there for perhaps an hour. He went there first, which means he understands what the church represents and what has changed there recently." She looked at Elena. "He knows the covenant has been restored. He knew it the night it happened. The letter was delayed delivery, not immediate notification. He needed time to decide how to respond to the restoration before he communicated about it." "And he's decided," Damon said. "He has decided," Bonnie confirmed. They went to the old church together, the 5 of them, through the summer dark of Fells Church, through the cemetery gate, and along the path between the old stones to the original structure at the cemetery's heart. The church was dark except for the moonlight through its old windows, and Klaus was inside it, and Eleanor felt him through the covenant connection with the specific quality she had been developing since May. A sense of something that did not belong to the ordinary supernatural taxonomy of Fells Church, and something that was in a different category from Stefan's careful ancient power, and Damon's fierce concentrated force, and the Old One's vast structural presence. Klaus was none of those things. He was something else. Something that existed prior to the categories those things represented. Something that had been old when the words for what he was were first being developed. He was not large in the physical sense. This was the first thing Elena noted when her eyes adjusted to the moonlit dark of the old church interior. He was not the enormous physical presence that the weight of his reputation had suggested to her imagination. He was lean and pale, and still with the particular stillness of someone who has not needed to move quickly in a very long time, and has stopped performing any movement that does not serve an immediate purpose. His face was old in a way that had nothing to do with the appearance of age, which it did not show. It was young in its features and ancient in its quality, the face of something that had been wearing the same expression since before the expression had a context. He looked at Elena first, not at Stefan, not at Damon, whom he presumably knew and had known for longer than Stefan and Damon had known each other. He looked at Elena with the focused attention of someone examining the specific thing they came to examine, and what was in the look was not hostility and was not warmth, but was a concentrated assessment that had the quality of something very old, encountering something it had not expected. "You restored the covenant," he said, and his voice was extraordinary in a way she had not prepared for. Not beautiful in the way Stefan's voice was beautiful, or compelling in the way Damon's voice was compelling, but resonant in a frequency that seemed to bypass the ordinary processing of sound and arrive directly in the part of consciousness that recognized authority. I did not believe it was possible. The family knowledge was lost. The family knowledge was recovered, Elena said, keeping her voice steady through an effort that she did not show. Enough of it. Through what means? Klaus asked, and the question was genuinely curious in the way of someone who encounters a solution to a problem they considered unsolvable and wants to understand the mechanism. Through the people in this room, Elena said, our research and ability and the willingness to do the work. Klaus looked at her for a moment longer, and then his attention moved to Bonnie with the specific quality of recognition. A psychic, he said, a genuine one, not the half-developed sensitivity that most of your kind produce, but something that has been growing under pressure. He seemed to find this interesting in the particular way he found the covenant restoration interesting. The way of someone encountering variables that had produced an unexpected outcome. And you, he said, and his attention shifted to Meredith. Come from the family that has been maintaining the adjacent knowledge, the Soulez line. I knew your grandfather. Meredith met his gaze with a steadiness that Elena recognized as the product of decades of preparation and of having been told since childhood that this kind of moment would come and having been given the tools for it. I know, she said simply. Klaus's attention moved finally to Stefan and Damon, and what moved through his expression was something different from what it had contained when directed at the others. Something older and more layered. The expression of a relationship with a history that exceeded anything he had looked at Elena or Bonnie or Meredith with. Stefan, he said, and then, with a quality that was almost but not quite warmed. Damon. Klaus, Damon said, and his voice had never sounded quite like that before, stripped entirely of its usual registers, carrying only the fact of 5 centuries of knowing who this person was and what this person had done, and being in the same room with him. You have made this complicated, Klaus said, and he was speaking to all of them now, the assessment expanding from its individual components to the whole. The covenant restoration creates a constraint I had not anticipated, the gatekeeper function. He paused, and his attention returned to Elena with something that was becoming, she realized, a kind of respect that was entirely separate from any warmth, but was nonetheless real. The gatekeeper function means that what I have been using this threshold for is no longer available to me in the form I have been using it. You understand this? Yes, Elena said. And you intend to maintain the covenant? Klaus said. Not a question. Yes, Elena said. A long silence in the old church in the summer dark, and with the moonlight coming through the old windows at the angle it came through them at this hour of this season, illuminating the old stone floor in patterns that had been falling in this room for centuries. The old one was present in the ground beneath Elena's feet, and she could feel it through the covenant connection, settled and sustained and vast. And she understood in that moment that the old one was not indifferent to this conversation, that it was attending in the way it attended things, which was not with the directed consciousness of a thinking being, but with the responsive awareness of something that understood threat and safety at the level of fundamental constitution. What do you want? Elena asked. Specifically, not the threshold, not the network you have been building through thin places. What do you actually want from Fell's church? Klaus looked at her with those ancient young eyes, and the assessment in them shifted to something she had not seen there before. Something that was close to surprise, but had been refined by so many centuries into something far more subtle than surprise normally appeared. You ask well, he said, and it was the most genuine thing he had said since he entered the room. Most people, when they reach the part of the conversation where they want to know what I want, ask it as an accusation. You ask it as a real question. It is a real question, Eleanor said. I would like a real answer. I want what has always driven the oldest of our kind, Klaus said, and his voice had changed register. I'm the authority in it, giving way to something beneath the authority that was older than authority and rawer than anything he had shown them yet. I want continuation, not mere survival. Continuation in the sense of mattering, in the sense of having influence over what the world becomes, in the sense of not becoming irrelevant to a world that keeps moving forward while I remain fixed. He paused. The thin places are my insurance, my hedge against the possibility that the living world will eventually develop enough knowledge and enough will to simply wait out the oldest of our kind. If I have channels between worlds, if I have influence in the space beyond the ordinary boundary, then I cannot simply be outlasted. You're afraid, Stefan said, and his voice was very quiet. Klaus did not respond to this immediately, which was his own response. The covenant I restored, Elena said, working through the implication of what he had described, closes your channel in Fell's church, but you have others, other thin places, other covenants that lapsed, other thresholds you have been using. Yes, Klaus said, and if I close this one, Elena said, you simply rely more heavily on the others. Yes, Klaus said, which is inconvenient but not defeating. Fell's church is the oldest and most structurally reliable of the sites I use. Losing its utility is a significant setback. It is not, as you are perhaps hoping, a fatal one. The honesty of this was, Eleanor thought, itself a kind of information. Klaus was not performing strength to her, he was telling her the truth of the situation with the directness of someone who does not believe she can do anything significant with the truth. He was assessing her as an obstacle to be eventually managed rather than a threat to be immediately addressed. And the assessment was not contemptuous, but it was clear-eyed in ways that required her to be equally clear-eyed in response. "We are not trying to defeat you tonight," Elena said. "I want to be equally honest. We are not in a position to defeat you tonight, and we know it. What we have done, the covenant restoration, is what we had the power to do, and we have done it, and it stands. And you are going to have to decide what your relationship with Fell's Church is, now that there is a gatekeeper managing this threshold." Klaus looked at her for a long moment. And what relationship do you propose?" "Leave this town alone," Elena said. "Not forever, not necessarily, but now, this year. The people in Fell's Church have been fed on and disturbed and disrupted for months by the secondary effects of your unmanaged threshold and Catherine's presence, and they deserve the summer without anything additional from you." "In exchange for what?" Klaus asked, and the question told her that the exchange was real, that he was considering it, that he operated in the register of transactions and would respond to one offered with the appropriate terms. "In exchange for us not spending the rest of the summer and everything that follows it actively working to understand and close every thin place you currently use," Damon said, from the position he had maintained throughout the conversation, and slightly behind and to the left of Elena, in the specific location of someone who has been waiting to deliver the relevant line at the relevant moment. "We have a psychic who is developing faster than you anticipated. We have a gatekeeper who has direct access to the oldest and most informative of your thin places. We have a hunter from a line that has been accumulating knowledge about your methods for generations. We are not in a position to defeat you tonight. In 6 months, in a year, the position may be different." Klaus looked at Damon with something that was unmistakably the specific look of someone who has encountered a version of something they have encountered before and is acknowledging the genealogy. "You were always the more dangerous one," he said, and it was not a compliment and was not an insult, and was simply a statement of assessment from someone who had been making assessments since before the concept of compliment or insult was formalized. "I know," Damon said. "The negotiation, because that was what it was, a negotiation conducted in an old church at 3 a.m. in late June with a vampire who had been old when the church was built, lasted another hour. Klaus was not simple to negotiate with, because nothing about his thinking operated on the scale or in the register of ordinary negotiation. He thought in decades. He planned in centuries. The terms that meant something to him were terms that took those scales into account. What they reached in the end was not a treaty and was not a truce, and was not a permanent resolution of anything. It was an acknowledgement. Klaus acknowledged the covenant restoration and the gatekeeper function as a legitimate change to the conditions governing Fell's Church's threshold. Elena acknowledged that Klaus had interests in the broader supernatural world that were not her immediate concern, provided they did not manifest in Fell's Church. Neither party pretended the other was not a continuing variable in the other's situation. Klaus left before dawn, the way he had arrived, without announcement, simply no longer present in the space he had occupied, the old church returning to its ordinary quality of moonlit stone and accumulated history, and the faint background presence of the old one in the ground beneath it, sustained and settled and ancient. They stood in the aftermath of his departure in the old church, the 5 of them, and the silence had a different quality from the silence before he arrived, which was the quality of silence after something has been resolved, or not resolved but addressed, which was the closest to resolution that the situation allowed, Stefan came to Elena and put his arms around her with the care he always used, and she accepted the warmth of it, the familiar cold that was his warmth, and she felt through the bond between them the full measure of what he had been managing across the past 2 hours. The terror for her that he had controlled completely and shown nothing of. The 5 centuries of history with Klaus's name and Klaus's influence that had been present in the room with him, and that he had held apart from himself through an effort of will that she felt now in the release of it, and the slight trembling that was not fear, but its aftermath. "You were extraordinary," Stefan said against her hair, quietly. In the way he said things he meant completely. "We were all extraordinary," Elena said, because that was true, and because she was not going to be the person who accepted extraordinary as a singular attribution when it belonged to all of them. Damon looked at her across Stefan's shoulder, and what was in his expression was the unperformed version of what his expression usually contained, and she held his gaze for a moment with the acknowledgement that existed between them. The thing that had been building since the first afternoon in the cemetery, and that existed in a register that had no adequate category, but that was real, that had always been real, that had survived everything the year had thrown at it, and arrived here intact and impossible and fully present. He looked away first. This was new. They walked home through the summer dawn, the sky going pale over Fell's Church, the old streets quiet and warm and ordinary in the way of things that do not know what has just happened in them and would be changed by knowing. The birds were beginning. The light was coming. The town was waking into a summer morning that would feel to anyone in it, without the specific context of the 5 people walking through it, like an ordinary day. Eleanor walked beside Stefan with his hand in hers, and Bonnie and Meredith walked together ahead of them. And Damon walked slightly apart from all of them in the way he always walked, which was with the independence of someone who is choosing to be near rather than being kept near. And the summer morning was beautiful around them, and the Fells Church was safe for now, which was the most that had been true of it in a long time. The old one settled in the ground beneath the waking town, vast and continuous and sustained by the covenant that connected it to the girl walking home in the summer dawn, and the boundary between the living world and what lay beyond it held its careful thinness, managed and intentional, a door with a gatekeeper rather than a gap in a wall. And somewhere in the direction Klaus had gone, in the larger world beyond Fell's Church, that operated on scales Eleanor had only begun to understand, and the oldest of the old continued the long work of continuation that had been his project since before any of the words she would have used to describe him were words. But that was elsewhere. For now, for this morning, for this summer, there was only Fell's Church and the people she loved, and the old ground holding its patient watch beneath them, and the story catching its breath before whatever came next. The summer after Klaus was not a quiet summer, but it was a summer of a different quality than what had preceded it. The difference between weather that is actively violent and weather that is simply unsettled. The difference between a crisis and its aftermath. Fell's Church breathed. The town did not know what it was recovering from, did not have the context for its own recovery. But the recovery was real, and the breathing was real, and Elena moved through the warm months with the particular awareness of someone who can feel the health of a place because they are connected to the ground it sits on. She graduated from Robert E. Lee High School on a Saturday in early June, 3 days before the solstice, in the gymnasium that had hosted the Founders' Day dance the previous autumn, when she had still been in the early stages of understanding what her life had become. Aunt Judith cried in the second row with Margaret on her lap. Margaret solemn and attentive in the way of 4-year-olds at formal occasions, Anne and Elena walked across the stage and accepted her diploma with the composure of someone who understands that the moment is significant and that its significance has nothing to do with the document being handed over and everything to do with the year contained between the beginning and the end of it. Stefan was there, in the audience, in the careful human performance he maintained in public spaces, and she found his eyes across the gymnasium and held them for a moment that contained everything the year had been. Damon was not there, which was also a statement, though of a different kind. The summer was the period of consolidation, the months of taking stock of what they had built across the year and understanding it well enough to carry it forward. Elena spent the long, warm evenings in the old cemetery and in the historical society and in the sitting room of the boarding house, working with Bonnie and Meredith on the fuller understanding of the covenant and the threshold and the history of Fell's Church that they had been assembling in pieces and now needed to assemble whole. The work had a different quality than the urgent investigative work of the spring. Slower, more methodical, the work of people who have survived the acute phase of a crisis and are now doing the work of comprehension rather than the work of response. Bonnie's abilities continued to develop with the focused momentum of something that had found its direction and was moving in it. She spent hours in the old cemetery, working with the ground in the conscious, undisciplined ways she had been developing since the Covenant restoration, learning the specific language of the Old One's communication, which was not language in any ordinary sense, but was information conveyed through impression and physical sensation, and the particular quality of dreams that arrived with the specific character of something external rather than internal. She was becoming genuinely extraordinary, in the way that people who have an unusual gift and stop being afraid of it sometimes become, the gift expanding into the space she was willing to give it, filling the room of her willingness with something larger and more purposeful than the shy parlor trick it had been in September. She told Elena in August that she could now feel the other thin places, and not with specificity, not their exact locations or what was being passed through them, but as a kind of directional awareness, the way a compass feels the north without being in the north. They are distributed, she said, on an evening in the boarding house sitting room, with Meredith beside her and Stefan by the window, and Damon present in the particular way of someone who is attending while appearing not to. Not randomly. They follow a pattern that corresponds to something older than the current geography, older than the towns and roads built on top of it. They are at the intersections of something. Old paths maybe, routes that were used by people and by things that were not people, long before the current landscape was established. A network, Meredith said, and which was what Damon had called it in the spring, and which was becoming, with each new piece of information, more precisely accurate as a description. A very old network, Bonnie confirmed. Klaus built on something that already existed, rather than building from nothing. He found the intersections and established his use of them, the way a road builder finds high ground that already functions as a natural route and paves it. Can you identify them? Elena asked. The other intersections? Not yet, Bonnie said. But I think I will be able to, eventually. The covenant connection you have with the old one here is giving me a fixed point. If I can triangulate from a fixed point, then we can map the network, Damon said from the corner, with the tone of someone who's been waiting for this specific development and is pleased but not surprised that it has arrived. Yes, Bonnie said. Damon looked at Elena. He will be concerned when he realizes she can do this, he said, referring to Klaus without using the name, which had become their habit in the months since June. Not from any superstitious avoidance, but from the practical recognition that certain names carried weight that affected the quality of a conversation, and they preferred to reserve the full weight for when it was necessary. The mapping of his network is the thing that would genuinely threaten the infrastructure he has been building for a century and a half. Individual thin places are replaceable. The ability to identify all of them simultaneously is not a threat he has encountered before. Then we do it carefully, Elena said, and we do it before he realizes we can. Dalcrest College was 40 minutes from Fell's Church, close enough to maintain the connections they had built across the year, while providing the new environment that the next stage of their lives required. Elena, Bonnie, and Meredith had each applied and been accepted, which was not a coincidence. They had applied together with the specific intention of maintaining their proximity, understanding that what they were doing required the continued collaboration of people who trusted each other with the information they were working with. And that information of that kind did not survive well across geographical separation. Matt Honeycutt was at Dalcrest too, and having received an athletic scholarship that had arrived with the timing of something that had been arranged, though by whom and through what channels he preferred not to examine too closely. Matt had been at the edges of everything across the year, present, loyal, the human constant in a situation that kept expanding beyond human scale. And his transition to Dalcrest had the quality of someone who has been standing at the edge of a larger world and has decided, without making a dramatic announcement of the decision, to step into it more fully. He came to Elena in late August, before the semester started, and he said something that she had been waiting for someone to say for some time. "I want to be useful," he said, not in the standing nearby while things happen way. Actually useful. I know I don't have what Bonnie has, or what you have now, or what Meredith has been trained for, but I am not going to spend the rest of my life on the edges of this, being protected and kept informed. I want to contribute. Elena looked at him, and Matt, with his steady brown eyes, and his quiet decency, and his complete lack of pretension, the person in all of this who had never required anything from the situation except to be told the truth and given the opportunity to do what he could with it. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Meredith's been telling me about the hunter tradition," he said, "the organized part of it, the network of families and individuals who have been maintaining knowledge about the supernatural across generations. She says it's not only her family, that there are others, people who know what she knows, or versions of it, who do the work she does, or versions of it, who are not connected to each other in any formal way." He paused. "I want to help build that connection. A network of people who know what we know, who can share information, who don't have to figure everything out from the beginning every time something new happens in a place like Fell's Church. Elena thought about this for a moment, about the specific shape of what he was proposing, about how it related to what they were building and what Klaus was managing. A network of knowledge set against a network of influence. The symmetry of it was not accidental. "Talk to Meredith," she said. "Tell her exactly what you told me. I think she's been waiting for someone to say this." Dalcrest in September was larger than Fell's Church High School in every way, and not just in the number of students, but in the complexity of its social landscape. The anonymity that a campus of several thousand created, the way that the supernatural could hide in the overlapping social structures of a college campus in ways it could not hide in a town of a few thousand, where everyone knew everyone's business. Elena walked across the campus on the first day of the semester and felt the difference. Not the specific wrongness that Fell's Church had carried since October of the previous year, but a different quality. The quality of a place that had its own history and its own accumulated strangeness, and whose accumulated strangeness was not yet something she fully understood. The vampire cult that was operating on campus declared itself to her awareness within the first 2 weeks, which meant it had been there for considerably longer than 2 weeks, and she was simply the most equipped person to identify it for what it was. It was not a genuine vampire coven. It was a human organization that had organized itself around the romanticized version of vampirism that the vampire mythology produced in people who encountered the mythology without the reality. People who found the idea of vampires beautiful and powerful, and who had built a community around the aesthetic and the ritual of it without having access to anything actual, except that someone in the organization had access to something actual. Because the specific physical symptoms that 3 members of the campus health center had reported in September, the disorientation, the partial memory loss, and the small precise marks at the throat, were symptoms Elena recognized from Fell's Church, and their appearance in proximity to a vampire cult that was operating with more organizational sophistication than a student club usually possessed, suggested a connection that warranted attention. "Someone is running them," Damon said, when Elena described the situation to him on a phone call in late September. He had not come to Dalcrest himself. His relationship with educational institutions had always been primarily performative, and the performance had served its purpose in Fell's Church, and he saw no reason to repeat it in a new location. But he was available in the particular way Damon was available, which was to say he was closer than he admitted to being, and appeared in physical proximity when the information warranted it. A human organization with genuine victims is not a student's project. Someone is cultivating them, using them as a feed-in source while maintaining the fiction that the cult itself is the supernatural thing happening. "Klaus?" Elena asked. "Possibly," Damon said. "Or someone working through the network Klaus has been building. One of the things that cross the thin places and settle into the living world in the way Meredith described. Something using a human organization as a food source and a cover simultaneously." He paused. "This is the part where the summer's work becomes relevant. Can Bonnie feel anything at Dalcrest that corresponds to what she can feel in Fell's Church?" Bonnie could. She stood on the Dalcrest campus on an October evening, behind the library building where the ground was old enough and unbuilt enough to still carry the impressions that build ground lost, and she felt something that was not a thin place in the structural sense of Fell's Church, but was a location that had been used for crossings, a site of recent supernatural traffic, rather than an ancient threshold. "Something came through here," she said. "Not long ago. Weeks, maybe a month. It is here now, somewhere on campus or nearby. I can feel the wake of its passage." The investigation of the Dalcrest cult and the entity running it occupied the autumn semester with the same absorption that Fell's Church's mysteries had occupied the previous year, but with the benefit of everything they had learned. The difference in how they approached the problem was significant. Last September, they had been 5 people, 3 of whom had no framework for what they were dealing with, feeling their way through a world they were encountering for the first time. This September they had frameworks, methods, a division of abilities that had been developed and tested under pressure, and was now operating with the fluency of practice. Meredith's hunter knowledge, which had been revelatory at the edges of the Fell's Church situation, was central to the Dalcrest investigation. She understood the kind of entity they were looking for, a creature that operated through human intermediaries, that cultivated groups with specific psychological vulnerabilities, that fed slowly and sustainably on people who had been made to believe they were participants in something meaningful, rather than victims. "They are called kitsune in the oldest tradition," she said, in a study room in the Dalcrest Library on an October afternoon. "Fox spirits, trickster entities from the oldest supernatural catalogues. They are not vampires, and they don't feed the way vampires feed. They feed on emotional energy, specifically on the energy generated by group belief and group ritual, and they sustain their host through the glamour they project, the way a parasite keeps its host healthy enough to keep the parasite fed." "The cult members," Elena said, "they genuinely believe in what they're doing. The belief itself is the feeding source." "Yes," Meredith said, "and the physical feeding, the marks, the disorientation, that is supplementary. A pleasure, not a necessity. The kitsune does not need blood. It takes it because the taking amplifies the belief in the people who know about it, makes the experience more real, more significant, sustains the cycle." "How do you stop something that feeds on belief?" Bonnie asked. "You introduce truth into the belief system," Meredith said. "Kitsune are creatures of deception. They cannot maintain their influence over people who have been told the accurate nature of what they are dealing with. The glamour depends on the specific shape of the belief it is cultivating. If you change the belief, you change what the glamour can do." This was, Elena understood, what she had been prepared for across the entire year. Not the physical confrontation of the old church in June, not the negotiation with Klaus that had required knowledge and nerve and the willingness to hold a position under pressure. But this, the introduction of truth into a system organized around deception, at a scale that exceeded a single cemetery or a single town, and required the kind of deliberate, organized action that was not the work of one person, but of people who had prepared together and trusted each other's specific contributions. The confrontation with the Kitsune Dalcrest happened on a November night, in the basement of the building the cult used for its meetings. And it was not a fight in the physical sense. It was a disclosure. Meredith addressed the assembled cult members with a calm authority of someone who has been preparing to say specific things to specific people for her entire adult life. And what she said was accurate and specific and delivered without the performative drama that the cult's own ritual language had taught them to associate with supernatural significance. She told them what was feeding on them and how and why. She told them what the marks on their throats meant. She told them what the entity in the room with them was, and she named it. And the naming had the effect Meredith had said it would have. The kitsune was not destroyed. This was the important thing to understand about kitsune. They were not the kind of entity that was destroyed through direct confrontation. What happened was a dissolution of the specific configuration it had built, the cultivated system of belief and practice and vulnerability that had been sustaining it. Without that system, the kitsune was simply present in the space without a function, an entity without a purpose in a place that no longer served its needs, and it left the way it had come, through the site of recent supernatural traffic behind the library building, back through the crossing point and out of the living world. Bonnie felt it go. The winter semester at Dalcrest was different from the autumn, different in the specific way of a campus that has experienced something it can't fully account for and has absorbed the unaccountability into its collective life in the way communities absorb things that exceed their frameworks, not by understanding them, but by incorporating the experience of having had them and moving forward with the experience present, even if unexamined. The cult dissolved, and its members processing what they had been told with varying degrees of acceptance, finding their way back to whatever they had been before in the ways that were available to them. Matt's network project had produced its first real results by the end of November. He had identified, through Meredith's introductions and through his own methodical social navigation of the people Meredith knew, 7 individuals at or adjacent to Dalcrest who carried versions of the knowledge that Meredith carried, partial inheritances from family traditions similar to the Soles line, people who'd been holding information that had no community to belong to, and who responded to the offer of that community with the specific gratitude of people who have been keeping something very heavy alone for a long time. 7 people, the beginning of something, the beginning of the kind of network that operated in the register of knowledge rather than power, the kind that Klaus had not thought to fear because it had not previously existed in a form that was organized enough to matter. Elena stood in the Dalcrest Library in December, with the semester ending and the year completing its first full circle. And she thought about September of the previous year, about the girl who had come home from France looking for something she could not name. She had found it, though found was not quite the right word, had been handed it, had been given it by the specific sequence of events that had shaped the year, had discovered that what she was looking for had been waiting in the specific place she had always been, beneath the ordinary surface of Fell's Church, beneath the ordinary surface of herself. She was not who she had been. She was not the queen of a small school moving through a world that arranged itself for her comfort. She was something else, something that still contained that girl, but wasn't defined by her. Something that had been shaped by a year of loss and revelation, and love and fear, and the ongoing work of being honest with people she trusted about things that exceeded the categories available for honesty. Stefan was in the library with her, as he was often in the places she needed to be. his presence the constant that it had become across the year, warm and cold simultaneously, ancient and present, loving her with the full weight of 5 centuries and the specific quality of someone who has learned, late and painfully, that love is not protection and cannot be enacted as protection, that it is something else, and something that has to be chosen in full knowledge of what the choosing costs and what it gives. Damon was elsewhere, as he was often elsewhere, but he would come. He always came, eventually, to where the people he had decided to be near were, and Elena had accepted this as a condition of the story she was living. The 2 brothers always, both of them, their different kinds of love and their different kinds of difficulty and their different kinds of presence, each one necessary in ways she had stopped trying to reconcile into a simpler shape. Bonnie and Meredith and Matt were building something. The network, the knowledge, the organized transmission of information that the supernatural world had been managing through isolated family traditions for too long. The kitsune would not be the last thing that crossed through a thin place and established itself in the living world. Klaus would not be the last ancient entity with designs on the specific geography of their lives. What they were building was not a weapon against these things, but a preparedness, a state of knowing that reduced the gap between the moment something arrived and the moment they could respond to it with something adequate. This was the work, not a single confrontation, not a single resolution, but the ongoing accumulation of knowledge and trust and the willingness to do the thing that needed doing when it presented itself. This was what the Fell family had done, in their different way, with their different tools, in the centuries before the knowledge was lost. And this was what the Sules family had maintained at the edges of the same tradition. This was what Elena had been walking toward since the morning she came home from France and sat in her room with the window open and knew, without the language for it, that something was beginning. December settled over Dalcrest with the first cold that was genuine rather than transitional. The winter arriving in earnest, and Elena walked across the campus in the early dark of the semester's last week, with her breath making small clouds in the cold air and the stars visible overhead in the clear winter sky. And she thought about the old one in the ground of Fell's Church, settled and sustained 40 minutes south of where she was standing, and she felt through the covenant connection the quality of it, ancient and continuous and vast, doing what it had always done, persisting in the way it had always persisted, the boundary it maintained between the living world and what lay beyond, held at its careful thinness by the covenant that now had a gatekeeper. She was the gatekeeper. She was also a second-year student at Dalcrest College who needed to submit a paper before the end of the week. She was also a girl who was in love with a vampire who had been 18 for 5 centuries. She was also the person who had sat in a small Virginia cemetery on a September afternoon and felt the first stirring of something enormous in the ground beneath her feet and had not run. All of these things were true simultaneously. This was what she had learned across the year, that more than anything else, that the categories available for human lives were not adequate for the actual lives that humans sometimes ended up living, and that the inadequacy of the categories was not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be inhabited. You lived in the space beyond the categories. You did the work the space required. You trusted the people beside you with the things that mattered. You chose every day to be in the story you were in, rather than the simpler one you might have had. And the choosing, done with full knowledge of its costs and full possession of the will to bear them, was itself the answer to the question the year had been asking since September. What do you want? This. Exactly and impossibly this. And so the story rests here, not ended but paused, and the way all true stories pause rather than end, in the breathing space between what has been and what is still becoming. A small Virginia town with something ancient in its ground. Two brothers bound by 5 centuries of love, wearing the face of ruin. A girl who came home from France looking for something she could not name and found it waiting in the oldest place she knew, patient as the ground itself. This is a story L.J. Smith wrote before the cameras came, before the adaptations and the interpretations and the carefully lit versions that the world came to know. Darker than you were shown, stranger and more honest and more willing to let its people be complicated in the ways that people actually are. Elena Gilbert was never simply a girl in love. She was a gatekeeper, a chooser. He is someone who walked into the largest and oldest and most dangerous version of her own life and refused to be diminished by it. That is worth knowing. That is worth carrying into the quiet dark with you. Sleep now, my dreamy travelers. The story will be here when you wake. Good night.